Chapter 2503. Don't worry. I'm not a greedy person either. As long as we find out the strength of the 7 Extremes mountain range, of course, the final goal is to take down the 7 Extremes mountain range. All of you have contributed greatly and this old man will not take even half of the battle credits. Kan Xing smiled and said. We're under Senior Kan's lead, so the credit will naturally go to Senior. Everyone's face was filled with joy as they bowed and answered. Wait for me. Kan Sheng was very satisfied. He looked at the horizon and asked, how's the situation with the Huanhua sect? I'll let Senior know. Ling Zhu hurriedly replied, an hour ago, they sent a message. Just like us, they're only near the edge of the 7 Extremes mountain range and haven't encountered any sword cultivators. I'll send a message over as well. Tell them about this place. Kan Xing instructed, also, order the disciples to increase their speed by 10% and prepare for battle. Yes, we understand. Everyone's face turned cold. They knew that their previous ease had come to an end. As the distance increased, the battle was inevitable. When the group of Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators returned to their group, only a few Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were left beside Kan Sheng. The entire group of cultivators indeed increased their speed. Kan Sheng squinted his eyes and stood with his hands behind his back. His face was filled with confidence as his gaze fell on the mountain range that looked like a screen. Buzz buzz buzz, a continuous sword cry that could even shake the earth and mountains was emitted from the 7 Extremes mountain range. Immediately after, a hurricane swept out and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered and poured into the 7 Extremes ridge. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into the 7 Extremes ridge, the hurricane became even bigger. Immediately, countless moo sounds were heard in the air and shook the surroundings. A hurricane blew across the vast sky and the robes of the 20,000 Dao sect cultivators were blown up. The accumulated snow on the snow region plateau was also swept up into the air. In the blink of an eye, a huge shadow suddenly appeared on the towering mountain range in the distance. Similarly, 20,000 swordsmen flew into the air from the 7 Extremes ridge in an orderly formation. The black mass of swordsmen blocked the setting sun and covered half of the sky. In addition to the intense flickering of the sword light, that oppressive aura was able to cause the sweat of the cultivators to stand even though they were dozens of miles away. They're just a group of people who want to show off. Kan Xing was shocked, but he still sneered disdainfully. Call Yu Feng turn. Kan Xing instructed, slow down and arrange the formation. I want to see if the treasures of my Imperial Thunder sect or the flying swords of the sword cultivators are more powerful. Yes, the disciple beside him hurriedly sent out a message talisman upon receiving the order. Dui Yu Feng and the others were originally hesitant, but at this moment, they received the order and returned. Charge! Kan Xing waved his hands slightly and urged his transcendence energy to shout. When Kan Xing's order fell into the ears of the 20,000 cultivators, it was like thunder. Everyone urged their transcendence energy at the same time. The magic tools and treasures in their hands were all taken out. Similarly, there were 10,000 flashes of lightning. Streams of heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered and similarly formed a hurricane. Especially the rolling thunder and flickering lightning. The momentum was so great that it was not inferior to the sword cultivators' sword formation. The group of cultivators and swordsmen were all on alert. Each of them urged their bodies. The waves of battle also dragged all the cultivators and swordsmen into it. Rumble. Ka-cha-cha. There was the sound of thunder and the flash of swords. When the first scream came from the mouth of a cultivator or a swordsman, it was immediately followed by an endless stream of screams. Every scream was the harvest of a life. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, hundreds of cultivators and swordsmen had already fallen from the two armies. At this time, the cruelty of the battle was different from that of Quan Jinshan. That was because Quan Jinshan and Tu Hong had a premeditated plan to lure the swordsman into a trap. Other than a simple defense to not arouse the swordsman's suspicion, he did not send most of the Sky Patrol City's disciples into the battle at all. Today, all the swordsmen were mobilized. All the cultivators did not hold back. They used their flying swords to fight against the magic tools without the slightest mercy. In Li Chun's hand was a thin sword that was like spring water. The jade-green sword light seemed to be able to subdue almost everything. His figure broke free from a flickering lightning net. With a slight wave of his hand, the jade-green light flashed out and pierced into the eyes of a tall, dark, and thin cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect several dozen feet away. There was a flash of brilliance in front of the cultivator's eyes. The defensive yellow talisman was immediately corroded by the spring water, creating a flaw smaller than a needle's eye. However, it was this flaw that allowed the sword light to penetrate and rush into the cultivator's right eye at lightning speed. Ah! With a scream, the cultivator naturally used his right hand to cover his right eye. However, he only had time to cover his right eye before the green light pierced through the back of his head. The cultivator did not shout another word and his figure fell into the dust. Humph! Li Chun snorted coldly. His figure suddenly sank and his two hands stretched out. Above the cultivator that he had just killed, there were two other Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. They had just joined forces to kill a swordsman. Just as they were about to take the swordsman's storage pouch, his two sword lights pierced towards them from below. Attack! These two disciples were also Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators. When Li Chun's flying sword approached, the two of them had already sensed it. They turned around almost at the same time. One was a palm-sized butterfly and the other was a lightning dart that was like a spear. Both of them flashed with lightning and struck Li Chun's flying sword. Sizzle! There was a burst of thunder. Li Chun's flying sword was surrounded by lightning. Moreover, the lightning spread along the direction of the flying sword and rushed towards Li Chun. The two of them sneered and simultaneously urged their magic tools to attack Li Chun. Go! Li Chun's figure abruptly made a turn, and a thin stream of water emerged from beneath his feet, carrying his figure as it rapidly rushed underground. Where do you think you're going? The two Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples shouted. At the same time, they urged their flying techniques to chase after him. However, when the two of them rushed out for about 4 zhang, the disciple who used the lightning dart suddenly became alert. The lightning dart in his hand suddenly flew to the side and directly pierced towards a swordsman who was fighting with a Mozong Mountain disciple about 2 zhang to the left. Pooh! The swordsman was simply caught off guard. The sword light around his body flashed rapidly and was unable to block the lightning dart. The lightning dart pierced through his body. Looking at the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple, he used force in his hand and threw the swordsman's corpse to the ground. Then, he suddenly rushed into the air. Almost at the same time, the other disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect who was chasing after Li Chun suddenly paused. The defensive brilliance at his waist flashed rapidly, and then his entire body was cut in half. This disciple didn't even have the chance to scream before he died. Looking at the sky, an extremely dim sword light flashed. It was like a thin thread of sword light had shrunk into the hand of a Void Heaven Sword School's disciple. It was the other disciple, Spring Equinox. However, at this moment, a tremendous force erupted from Spring Breeze's body. Spring Equinox had just retracted his sword radiance and had yet to stabilize his body. The force of the impact sent Spring Equinox flying. Spring Equinox wasn't the only one affected. Even the swordsmen and cultivators within 100 feet radius were sent flying in all directions by the force of the impact. Spring Equinox scanned with his divine sense and knew that a cultivator had detonated a magic treasure to take down the opponent with him. Unfortunately, the sword cultivator was extremely agile and had already dodged. Only his flying sword was slightly damaged, but Spring Equinox and the others were affected. Spring Equinox calmed down a little and was about to use his divine sense to scan elsewhere when he suddenly felt a chill from his back. He was so shocked that he didn't have time to use his divine sense. The sword light around him shone brightly, and he was about to rush up. His right hand shook behind him, and the flying sword that was as thin as a thread also rushed out. However, he was still too late. Seeing that he had just flown 3 feet away, before his speed reached its limit, a fist-sized blue lightning ball streaked across the sky and sank into his back like a meteor. Although the sword light of spring equinox's protection was surging with all its might, extending and contracting like the quills of a hedgehog, the lightning ball still easily penetrated it. With a loud bang, the ball of lightning exploded inside spring equinox's body. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. How could spring equinox still have a chance to live? Several hundred feet away, an Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple holding a ring-shaped magic treasure was dumbfounded as he watched all of this. He was controlling the magic treasure to send out a ball of lightning to attack a nearby swordsman. Who would have thought that after the swordsman barely dodged, the swordsman would quickly attack him? He was in a panic and didn't have time to control the ball of lightning with his divine sense. As a result, spring equinox was killed. Chapter 2504. However, this Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple's good luck had come to an end. Just as he was dumbstruck looking at his battle achievement, his opponent waved her hand and a black earth pillar smashed horizontally towards his chest. This disciple came to his senses and hurriedly activated his magic treasure. A small lightning ball was born and rushed to the front of the earth pillar. With a loud boom, the earth pillar was blasted into pieces. But just as the smoke and dust were flying and the earth was scattering, an incomparably black sword light as thin as a hair rushed from the earth pillar to the front of this Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple's magic power was obviously exhausted. His divine sense was careless and was penetrated by the sword light. The brilliance protecting his body flickered slightly and was annihilated. Following the sword light entering his chest, that disciple only let out a light groan and died. Strings of blood splattered and one life after another was reaped by the sickle. Seeing such a situation, Ruoxi looked at Guyu beside her and asked in a deep voice, "Guyu, spring equinox has already fallen. Many swordsmen have also fallen. You still don't plan to take action?" Guyu's expression did not change as she shook her head slightly. "This junior will not take action. In this junior's eyes, these lives are all innocent. They should not have fallen here. They should have roared in the 9 heavens and galloped freely between this heaven and earth. But for this so-called Tao cultivator great war, their originally free lives have no choice but to be tied up here." "Sigh, perhaps, you are right." Ruoxi looked at her disciples falling one by one and felt helpless in her heart. She could only sigh and said, "It's a pity that this sword cannot transcend like you. Since this sword is stationed in 7 Extremes mountain range, then I must ensure that I complete the orders of the Sword Region Master." Saying that, Ruoxi raised her head and took a deep breath. Sword light shot out from her body and her originally dark skin seemed to be plated with a layer of silver light at this moment. Guyu knew that Ruoxi was about to take action and hurriedly flew back several feet. She stood quietly and watched coldly. It was as if this war had nothing to do with her. Buzz buzz. The sword light on Ruoxi's body blossomed and continued to elongate. As the sword light flashed, the sound of the sword humming also reverberated. When the sword light was only 20 feet long, Ruoxi's entire body charged into the air. She drew an extremely beautiful arc in the air and charged towards Ken Sheng, who was several li away. The sword light was like lightning, streaking across the sky. Not only did the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi rapidly gather, it even pierced through the air. A rumbling sound came from the sword light along with Ruoxi's flight. As Ruoxi's figure approached, a cloud-like sword light appeared from Ruoxi's body. Ruoxi's sword intent was actually a pure and flawless white cloud. Kan Sheng had long been paying attention to Ruoxi's actions. When he saw that her actions had caused such a huge commotion, he muttered in his heart. However, what else could he do now? Kan Sheng opened his hand and a 3-foot-long purple golden hammer flew out from his body. The head of the purple golden hammer was 1 foot long and the runes on it were very deep. Electric light flowed between the runes, and the flickering purple light couldn't help but rush out of the purple golden hammer. It rushed into the air, and issued a crackling sound. The 2 feet-long hammer handle slightly rotated, and the world's spiritual energy was sucked in like a whale. Rise, Qian Sheng's white hair suddenly scattered in all directions as a powerful aura surged out. He lifted the purple golden hammer in his right hand and similarly flew up, charging towards Ruoxi with a speed that was not inferior to hers. Following Qian Sheng's flight, a hammer shadow with lightning lingering around it slowly formed in front of the purple golden hammer. When the two collided, it was already 1 foot long. Boom, a loud sound rang out. It was definitely an earth-shattering movement. The purple golden hammer finally collided with the white cloud sword. The first round of collision between the two Golden Core Realm swordsmen and cultivators created a huge sound wave in the air. Amidst the sound wave, the 1 foot-long white cloud was struck by 70%. The purple golden hammer shadow of the same size was also shaved off by more than 80%. Looking at Qian Sheng and Ruoxi, the two's figures were even faster than when they flew over. They retreated like bullets and were only able to stabilize themselves after being knocked back 1,000 feet. The dozens of cultivators and swordsmen below them were also affected and lost their balance, falling into the air. Those who were lucky barely managed to stabilize themselves. Those who were unlucky had long been killed by the nearby enemies. Not only that, the white cloud was like a strand of black hair. Every strand of cloud was a ray of sword light. After rushing into the purple golden hammer, it immediately revealed a ferocious appearance and danced rapidly like a jellyfish with countless tentacles. The purple golden hammer wasn't any weaker than the white cloud sword. The purple golden hammer was originally a shadow made of lightning, but now it suddenly exploded. The lightning pierced into the white clouds like flying swords. Wherever the lightning went, the sword lights disappeared like they were melting water. Ruoxi's eyes narrowed and she took in a breath of cold air. The sword essence around her body circulated rapidly and the white cloud sword turned into a white ribbon, spiraling towards Qian Sheng. After the first round of probing, Qian Sheng had some confidence in his heart. Ruoxi's attack was definitely not for show. He was indeed slightly inferior. However, Ruoxi was using the white cloud sword. The sword light was like silk and was extremely good for defense. But in a real fight, it did not seem to be compatible with a swordsman's one-hit kill. In this aspect, Qian Sheng's purple golden hammer had a slight advantage. In addition, the lightning of the purple gold hammer seemed to be the nemesis of the white cloud sword. Just one bolt of lightning was enough to annihilate several sword beams. In terms of magical treasures, Qian Sheng had the upper hand again. As the battle continued, Qian Sheng had the confidence to win. Seeing the white cloud sword coming towards him, Qian Sheng's face showed disdain. He thought to himself, female swordsmen are no different from female cultivators. They both do superficial things. Although this ribbon is beautiful, what's the use? As he thought, he waved his purple golden hammer. Attack! Lightning flashed on the purple golden hammer. It split into several parts and hit the white cloud sword. In an instant, the ribbon was broken into several pieces. However, at the same time that the white cloud sword was broken into several pieces, Ruoxi's sword art moved again. With a buzzing sound, the several pieces of the ribbon suddenly exploded, forming hundreds of flying swords that pierced towards Qian Sheng. The sound of the flying swords piercing through the air was extremely sharp. Even a golden core cultivator as strong as Qian Sheng's expression changed. At this moment, he finally understood the power of the white cloud sword. Separate, Qian Sheng did not dare to be negligent. With a wave of his purple golden hammer, he activated his transcendence energy. The purple golden hammer shone brightly and a huge shadow of the purple golden hammer emerged, enveloping Qian Sheng within. The hundreds of sword lights pierced into the shadow, but were all blocked by the lightning within the shadow. Ha ha ha, Qian Sheng laughed. Sword cultivators are only a so-so. Seeing this, Ruoxi's eyes unconsciously narrowed. She seemed to have made a decision. After all, the thunder-controlling sex lightning elemental spells had always been the most feared by sword cultivators. Qian Sheng's purple golden hammer was even more powerful. Her white cloud sword was indeed no match for it. However, things still went beyond Kan Sheng's expectations. Although the hundreds of sword lights were blocked by the purple golden hammer's defense, they did not dissipate like before. Instead, after colliding with the lightning, they were reflected back. Following Ruoxi's sword art, the sword lights repeatedly collided and pierced out. It was like a ball of sword light enveloping Kan Sheng's body. At the same time, this sword light also consumed the lightning. In a few breaths, the lightning shadow of the purple golden hammer began to dim. Could it be, this woman wants to compete with me in transcendence energy? Kan Sheng was slightly surprised. He understood very well why sword cultivators had an advantage in a fight with cultivators. It was because their attack power was strong. And cultivators could fight sword cultivators because their transcendence energy was generally stronger than sword cultivators. Ruoxi was competing with Kan Sheng in transcendence energy. He was afraid that she was using her weakness against his strength. It was absolutely impossible for Ruoxi to do such a thing. However, in the next moment, the sword lights became more and more dazzling. It lingered in the surrounding space for hundreds of feet. Not only was it impossible to look at, but the whistling spiritual energy of heaven and earth could cut anything in the space into pieces. This made Kan Sheng even more surprised. However, Kan Sheng also withdrew his original intention. He mobilized his gold core, and his transcendence energy methodically poured into the purple golden hammer. While stabilizing the defense, he would casually strike from time to time. And this seemingly casual strike would always create a gap of a few feet in the white cloud swords within hundreds of feet. The originally smooth sword lights were sluggish again. Just when Kan Sheng and Ruoxi's battle seemed to have entered a stalemate, a cold divine sense swept over from the Seven Extremes Ridge. That divine sense seemed to have no emotions, and it was as bone-chilling as a snow region. When it swept over Kan Sheng, it actually made Kan Sheng tremble slightly. At the same time, his transcendence energy was also slightly stagnant. Third grade illusory sword? Kan Sheng was shocked. He immediately understood Ruoxi's intention. She only needed to defend the formation and delay him. Once the third grade illusory swordsman arrived, how could he still have a way to survive? However, things were out of Kan Sheng's expectations. That cold divine sense only swept over him and hovered slightly. Then, it swept over the entire battlefield and left in disdain. This. Kan Sheng was stunned, but his heart was also beating fast. With such a fierce person overseeing the Seven Extremes Ridge, it would be difficult for him to take advantage of the tens of thousands of Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. Left and right is to find out the actual situation. Kan Sheng's mind changed again. There is no need to pester her. Wait until this female swordsman is seriously injured. Please don't take her life. Just when Kan Sheng was tender like water, but the knot in his heart could not be dispelled. Suddenly, another powerful divine sense swept over from behind him. Gold core, late stage, teacher. Kan Sheng sensed that divine sense, and it came from behind him. That familiar divine sense really made him want to cry tears of joy. However, what made Kan Sheng not know whether to laugh or cry was that this divine sense also swept over a group of people and even the entire battlefield. It swept over the other side of the Seven Extremes Ridge. It was as disdainful as the swordsman. Although this divine sense was disdainful, Kan Sheng, no, all the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples on the battlefield, Missouri Sangshan's and Tongyi Sect's disciples were greatly shocked. They knew that it was not only them who were fighting here, but also their gold core teacher. Chapter 2505. A late-stage golden elixir realm cultivator, in a situation where the two armies were evenly matched, definitely had the power to turn the tide of the battle. Kan Sheng was relieved, but Ruoxi's expression changed greatly. Seeing that Kan Sheng was a little distracted and the smile on his face, Ruoxi's eyes narrowed and the sword light around her body once again flourished. That dazzling sword light forced Kan Sheng to involuntarily close his eyes. When Kan Sheng's divine sense swept out, he turned pale with fright. How? how is this possible? You're only a first-grade illusory sword realm cultivator, how can you transform into a sword? Indeed, Ruoxi's figure had already vanished. A cluster of dense white clouds congealed into a flying sword appeared where Ruoxi was previously standing. The sword splendor that was previously surging around Can Shing's body was now emitting a shrill cry. All the sword splendor frantically converged. The flying swords of several nearby swordsmen were also uncontrollably sucked over. Not good. When Can Shing saw that Ruoxi actually had the secret of transforming into a sword, he was greatly alarmed. Almost without thinking, his figure abruptly rose. Taking advantage of the fact that Ruoxi's sword light had converged, he waved the purple golden hammer. Balls of lightning were activated as if they were not spiritual stones and smashed towards Ruoxi. He took advantage of the situation and wanted to escape towards the Seven Extremes Ridge. However, he was still a little late. The flying sword condensed from white clouds rapidly swelled and then rapidly shrank. When it had condensed to the size of an ordinary flying sword, it suddenly expanded. A white rainbow, like the sun, rushed towards the balls of lightning that Can Shing had conjured. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of loud noises enveloped the battlefield of tens of thousands of people. That white rainbow passed through all the balls of lightning at an incredible speed in the blink of an eye and directly pierced towards Can Shing's back. Can Shing's heart shrank. He immediately knew that the time to decide the outcome of the battle had arrived. His golden elixir rapidly rotated and all the vital energy rushed towards his meridians. His transcendence energy then poured into the purple golden hammer. Dang! Like the sound of a golden drum, the white rainbow struck the purple golden hammer, creating a 3-inch deep crack. Moreover, the white rainbow's momentum didn't decrease, but its direction was changed by the purple golden hammer. With a pu sound, the golden light around Can Shing's body suddenly brightened, and then it was extinguished. That white rainbow actually went under his armpit and passed through. Can Shing's natal magic treasure was damaged. His primordial spirit violently fluctuating. The white rainbow even broke through his golden elixir's defense and severely injured his body. As blood spurted out, his body staggered as his body's injured. Let's go. Can Shing sucked in a breath of cold air. He watched as the white streak of light passed through his body and several other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples before slowly coming to a stop. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Enduring the pain, he activated his flying technique and fled to the other side of the Seven Extremes mountain range. Thousands of Imperial Thunder Sect, Mo Sang Mountain, and Tong Yi Sect's disciples had already died. When they saw this, they also retreated while fighting, moving towards the other side of the Seven Extremes Ridge. Moreover, that incomparably sharp white rainbow slowly stopped in midair. The sword's light gradually converged, revealing Ruoxi's red face. Ruoxi had forcefully activated her secret technique to transform into a sword, causing great damage to her body. Unfortunately, Can Shing's purple gold hammer was too powerful, and that lightning net was too arrogant. Ruoxi's attack, which she was originally very confident in, did not succeed, and could only heavily injure Can Shing. Looking at Can Shing stumbling and flying into the distance, Ruoxi waved her hand and sneered, "Chase." Yes, the swordsmen who were originally chasing the cultivator also had high morale. Many 6th-grade sword leaders responded loudly and commanded the 10,000 swordsmen to chase after the cultivator. On the other side of the Seven Extremes Ridge, the battle situation was different. The Washing Flower Sect's leader was a graceful female cultivator who had a technique to retain her beauty. Her name was Bright Moon. This Bright Moon Maiden's cultivation was at the peak of the early gold core stage. The magic treasure in her hand was also called Bright Moon. This Bright Moon emitted a pure white brilliance under the influence of the Bright Moon Lady's magic power. It lit up the sky within 1,000 feet. The brilliance was extremely cold, and it was compatible with the cold wind of the snowy highlands. Its power was multiplied. The white flying sword was a white lotus, similarly emitting a pure white sword's light. The battle between Bright Moon Maiden and Bright Moon Maiden was much more interesting than the battle between Kensheng and Ruoxi. However, the outcome of the battle was different. Just before the seven extremes ridge's cold divine sense swept over, Bright Moon Maiden's white lotus sword transformed into a white lotus. The lotus petals spiraled towards Bright Moon Maiden. The sword's light on the lotus petals was like lightning. Not only did it emit a dazzling brilliance, it even pierced the air with a zzz sound. Moreover, each lotus petal seemed to be faintly connected. As they flew, they moved with each other. Not only was the flight path more difficult to distinguish, even the flying speed gradually increased, far surpassing that of ordinary flying swords. The two had already fought for a long time. Bright Moon Maiden saw the power of the white lotus sword and knew that Yunbai had already used her full strength. Thus, she took a deep breath and bit the tip of her tongue. With a pu sound, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto Bright Moon Maiden. Woo! With a sound like a lone wolf howling on a snowy night, Bright Moon Maiden suddenly turned into an oval shape and rapidly expanded above her head. Go! Bright Night Maiden immediately formed hand seals. The gold core in her body spun faster. True essence poured into her meridians. The magic power was like a tide rushing into Bright Moon Maiden. As the magic power poured into Bright Moon Maiden, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth also crazily poured in. Go! When Bright Moon Maiden formed hand seals, she pointed her finger and Bright Moon Maiden flew out from her head. Like a meteor chasing after the moon, it shot towards the white lotus sword. Bright Moon Maiden flashed around Bright Moon Maiden. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth formed an extremely cold brilliance around Bright Moon Maiden. Kachacha, as Bright Moon flew, the ice shards in the air shattered and fell. In the blink of an eye, Bright Moon Maiden was already close to white lotus petals. Although it was still a foot away, the lotus petals suddenly condensed. As the lotus petals condensed, there was a wang sound of metal and stone. This sound was the sorrowful cry of the condensed sword light. It was trying its best to break free from the extreme coldness of the sword domain. But immediately after, with a series of kacha-kacha sounds, Bright Moon Maiden cut all the lotus petals apart. All the sword light was also split in half. Peng! With a loud sound, the magic weapon Full Moon finally hit the bottom of the lotus petal. On the body of the white lotus sword, the heart of the white lotus sword also suddenly produced a lotus-like sword light, heavily colliding with the full moon. The brilliance of the full moon was completely restrained, and the shock wave sent the magic weapon flying. Bright Moon Maiden's face was also flushed red. Clearly, her primordial spirit was somewhat damaged. Looking at White Lotus Sword, it was even worse. The magic treasure, Bright Moon, had not only destroyed Bai Lian's sword form, revealing the flying sword, but it had also sent the flying sword flying diagonally. Several deep cracks had appeared on the pure white sword's body. Pooh! White Lotus Sword was damaged, and Yunbai was also injured. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face was pale. Sword cultivators are only so-so. Bright Moon Maiden's eyebrows were raised, and she coldly spat out these words. Her handsome face was even more disdainful. And the redness on her face was even more beautiful in contrast to her pure white face. Yunbai originally wanted to leave a few sword scars on Bright Moon Maiden's face, but now she was even more embarrassed and angry. She gritted her teeth. Although she was seriously injured, she still forcibly controlled White Lotus Sword. The White Lotus Sword streaked across the air several tens of feet away, and very abruptly pierced towards the beautiful female cultivator in the distance in a fiery red robe. Wasn't that female cultivator Fairy Hongxia? Fairy Hongxia was originally fighting with a 4th-grade swordsman with a magic treasure in hand. That magic treasure had already wrapped around the swordsman's arm. Just as she was about to kill him, Yunbai's White Lotus Sword suddenly rushed over, frightening Fairy Hongxia so much that she hurriedly retreated. She couldn't even protect her magic treasure. With a "C" sound, the White Lotus Sword slashed across Fairy Hongxia's arm. It easily pierced through a flaw in her defense, and a deep bloody scar was left on Fairy Hongxia's arm. Blood immediately gushed out, dyeing Fairy Hongxia's pure white skin red, and even her fiery red Taoist robe was dyed red. Not only that, the White Lotus sword did not stop after injuring Fairy Hongxia. It rushed to the front of the swordsman whose arm was bound by the magic treasure, and suddenly spun, cutting Fairy Hongxia's magic treasure into several pieces. Fairy Hongxia's figure stopped in midair. She reached out her hand and swallowed a pill. Then, her almond-shaped eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She slapped her forehead, and with a phoenix cry, more than 10 feet in size flew out of her body. Oh! Seeing Fairy Hongxia's ice phoenix celestial body appear, Yunbai was slightly taken aback. But soon after, she pointed her finger, and the White Lotus sword turned into a stream of light and rushed into the air. Its target was Fairy Hongxia's ice phoenix celestial body. The ice phoenix let out another long cry, and the sound shook the surroundings. At the same time, it flapped its 2 wings, and its entire body retreated slightly. The huge phoenix head retracted with all its might, and then suddenly stretched out again. A deep blue brilliance was spat out from the ice phoenix's mouth, and like water from the 9 heavens, it blocked the White Lotus sword. The White Lotus sword was hit by the deep blue brilliance, and the sword light immediately shrunk. It tried its best to fly forward, but as if it was stuck in a quagmire, it could not move forward at all. Xiantian primordial water? Yunbai was shocked at first. Clearly, she was very surprised that a female cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage would have Xiantian primordial water. But later, when the Xiantian primordial water seemed to be endless, her face was not only shocked, but shocked and frightened. Because not only did the Xiantian primordial water trap her White Lotus sword, it also quickly sealed her surroundings, as if it wanted to trap her. Oh no, I shouldn't have vented my anger on this female cultivator. Yunbai was filled with regret. She knew clearly that if she had not offended Fairy Hongxia, how could she have made her use her ice phoenix celestial body to challenge her, an illusory swordsman? And now, not to mention that she was heavily injured, even the White Lotus sword was trapped by the Xiantian primordial water. Yunbai might not be able to fight against Fairy Hongxia. Escape? Yunbai immediately had this thought. Then, she tried her best to activate her sword energy. The White Lotus sword shone brightly and rushed into the Xiantian primordial water, wanting to fly back to Yunbai's hand. Chapter 2506. At this moment, the cold spiritual will swept past where Kenshin was. It swept past Fairy Hongxia and the others and immediately locked onto Fairy Hongxia. Oh no! Fairy Hongxia sensed the strong spiritual will and was shocked. Her ice phoenix celestial body flapped its wings and flew up in an attempt to escape. Immediately after, the second spiritual will, which was equally strong, swept past where Kenshin was. Similarly, when the spiritual will swept past Fairy Hongxia and her arm, which had just stopped bleeding, it immediately stopped. A kind of extreme anger was born from the divine sense. Darling Shao. Sensing the familiar spiritual will and the anger in it, Fairy Hongxia was stunned. Why did he come back to 7 Extremes Ridge? However, Xiaohua's spiritual will had already been concealed. If not for Fairy Hongxia's close observation, she would not have been able to detect it so easily. Just as Fairy Hongxia was deep in thought, a blue figure rapidly flew over from the direction of the 7 Extremes mountain range. Before the figure could get close, a powerful aura gradually spread throughout the entire battlefield. It was like the gentle breeze before the arrival of a tsunami. Fairy Hongxia was shocked when she saw Yunbai suddenly attacking Fairy Hongxia. However, her primordial spirit was also damaged and she could not save her in time. She had just activated her magic treasure Bright Moon and saw Fairy Hongxia escape danger. Although she suffered a flesh wound, it was still better than dying. She heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately after, Fairy Hongxia released her ice phoenix celestial body. Fairy Hongxia was stunned. Ordinary cultivators only needed to release their celestial body and their other powers would be restricted. They could not even use other spells. Fairy Hongxia releasing her celestial body against the illusory swordsman was indeed unwise. Of course, each person's Dharma body was different, and their supernatural powers were different as well. Some could increase their powers, while others had special supernatural powers. However, it was rare to see someone like Fairy Hongxia, who could control a magical treasure directly. When Fairy Hongxia's ice phoenix celestial body spat out innate primordial water, not only trapping Yunbai's white lotus sword, but also trapping Yunbai, Fairy Hongxia's lips curled into a smile as she thought to herself, as expected of a fairy, therefore, her magic treasure, Bright Moon, slowed down for a moment. She wanted to give Fairy Hongxia the credit for killing the illusory swordswoman. While she was hesitating, the blue-robed swordsman's divine sense swept over and his figure appeared. Attack! Lady Mingyu did not dare to be careless. She knew that as long as the blue-robed swordsman came to the battlefield, her side would definitely have no chance of winning. Moreover, Yunbai would definitely be able to escape from danger. Which fellow Taoist spirit sense is this? Similarly, when Lady Bright Moon shot out her magic weapon, Bright Moon, she also sensed Xiao Hua's divine sense and was slightly surprised. However, even with Xiao Hua's appearance, the best opportunity to kill Yunbai would be missed. She endured the damage to her origin spirit and circulated her true origin with all her might. The magic treasure once again took the shape of an oval and flew towards Yunbai. Scoundrel, how dare you! The blue-robed swordsman's divine sense did not leave the vicinity of Fairy Hongxia. When he saw Lady Bright Moon using her magic treasure, he could not help but be enraged. His divine sense left Fairy Hongxia and scanned the magic treasure, Bright Moon. Instantly, a strange feeling came from Lady Bright Moon's divine sense. It was as though she had lost her connection with the magic treasure. How is this possible? Lady Bright Moon turned pale with fright. This magic treasure, Bright Moon, was her natal magic treasure. If the blue-robed swordsman fought with her on the spot and used his divine sense to sever the connection between her origin spirit and the magic treasure, she could understand. But at this moment, the blue-robed swordsman was still extremely far away. However, how could a strand of divine sense have such a divine sense? Even if he is a nascent soul master, it is impossible for him to have such a method, right? Lady Bright Moon's heart could not help but jump. Hongxia! Hurry up and kill that guy. Lady Bright Moon tried her best to use her divine sense to fight with the blue-robed swordsman's divine sense in an attempt to regain control of the magic treasure. At the same time, she hurriedly ordered Fairy Hongxia. Yes, this disciple understands. Fairy Hongxia's face was also flushed red. It wasn't that she hadn't used her Ice Phoenix Dharma body, but she had tried to refine the tidal bead into her Ice Phoenix Dharma body after listening to Xiao Hua's advice. Her Ice Phoenix physique was clearly stimulated by the evil tremor bloodline, and was completely different from Xiao Hua's. Furthermore, it did not have any origin spirit fused into it. It was already pretty good that she was able to control the tidal bead to release the connate primordial water in such a short period of time. If she really wanted to use the connate primordial water to kill Yunbai, it would be a little too difficult. Seeing Fairy Hongxia activate her Ice Phoenix physique and clumsily control the tidal bead to channel the connate primordial water towards Yunbai, Bright Moon sighed in her heart. She is too clever for her own good. If she had directly used her divine sense to control the magic treasure, wouldn't she have killed this ugly sword cultivator long ago? Yunbai, who was within the connate primordial water, was surrounded by sword light. She did not dare to release her divine sense too far, and was doing her best to resist the connate primordial water. Although the sword light was gradually being corroded by the connate primordial water, she was already overjoyed that she was not killed. Seeing the blue-robed swordsman's figure gradually becoming clearer, that extremely strange orange face was filled with anger. Even those reddish-yellow eyes that were different from ordinary people were about to spit fire. Fairy Hongxia was also very anxious. With a "ga" sound, her Ice Phoenix physique cried out again, and its two phoenix claws moved rapidly, as if it was really forming a seal. Instantly, the connate primordial water that had completely submerged Yunbai suddenly produced a several zhang tall wave, and slammed down on Yunbai's head. Rumble rumble, the sword light protecting Yunbai was instantly reduced by more than half. Yunbai's face turned pale again. This was because Fairy Hongxia had already figured out that as long as she used the connate primordial water again, not only would the sword light around her be completely corroded by the connate primordial water, but her body would also be corroded by the connate primordial water until not even a single bone would be left. Senior Brother Ji, save me. At the critical moment of life and death, Yunbai could no longer care about the dignity of an illusory swordsman, and could not help but cry out for help. Mingyu tried her best to control the moon, but was unable to do anything. Furthermore, as the blue-robed swordsman flew closer, Mingyu's magic treasure Mingyu was getting more and more out of control. Mingyu was so anxious that she almost wanted to urge Fairy Hongxia again, but she also understood that this matter could not be resolved by her urging. If she urged Fairy Hongxia again, it would be a burden to her. Rather than that, she might as well keep her mouth shut. Indeed, Fairy Hongxia waved her phoenix claws again, and a faint ripple of magic power was emitted. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy flocked together, and the connate primordial water was raised by her again. How dare you? At this moment, the blue-robed swordsman's cold snort could be heard. Mingyu's heart trembled, let alone Fairy Hongxia. Her body trembled, and the waves that she had raised retreated. Quick! Mingyu's heart shrank, and she could not help but remind, stay true to your heart, do not be disturbed by external sounds. Although that was what she said, it was still extremely difficult to do it. Fairy Hongxia gritted her teeth, closed her eyes again, and the ice phoenix celestial body waved its claws again. Humph. The blue-robed swordsman's cold snort seemed to be much closer. Mingyu was shocked, and she raised her head to look. She could not help but cry out. She saw that the blue-robed swordsman had turned into a rainbow, and that blue rainbow swept across the sky, and shot towards her. This swordsman is at least a grade 3 illusory sword. Seeing that the swordsman could turn into a rainbow, Mingyu could not help but groan, and said anxiously, Hongxia, quickly release that bitch, we will retreat now. Saying that, Mingyu leaped up, and without even caring about her magic treasure, she scanned the entire battlefield with her divine sense, and was about to give the order to retreat. Seeing that an illusory swordsman was about to die in her hands, Fairy Hongxia could not help but bite her lips. She knew very well that if Yunbai had not been severely injured in the fight with Mingyu, she would not have had this opportunity, and there would not be such an excellent opportunity in this battle. Thinking about her own master, and what she wanted to do in this battle, this was an excellent excuse. Rumble, a thunderous sound came from behind Fairy Hongxia and the others. This thunderous sound came from afar, and it pierced through the 9 heavens, as if a god's anger had descended upon the 7 extremes ridge. Xiao Lang is here, Fairy Hongxia's heart relaxed, and the ice phoenix celestial body spread its wings, and its claws moved gracefully. The Xiantian primordial water that could not be controlled previously was now as smooth as the feathers of the ice phoenix celestial body. Following Fairy Hongxia's will, a huge wave of several feet high was set off, and it smashed towards Yunbai. Bitch, this sword will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Yunbai really lived up to her name. Seeing that the blue-robed swordsman was already in front of her, but the wave had already been set off, Yunbai's face turned pale, and her lips trembled as she spat out a few vicious words. Hua, the wave of water smashed down, and the countless tiny whirlpools within the Xiantian primordial water instantly corroded Yunbai's sword light, and the half-foot-long white sword light disappeared, revealing Yunbai's body. Tremble, within the rainbow, the blue-robed swordsman let out a furious roar. An extremely strong sealing force came from a mile away, completely suppressing the area within 100 feet of Fairy Hongxia. The ferocious Xiantian primordial water was completely frozen by this restrictive force. Even Fairy Hongxia's ice phoenix celestial body could not move at all. The most dangerous thing was that the Xiantian primordial water that was smashing towards Yunbai was less than half a foot away from her head. Yunbai's eyes were filled with extreme despair. As this powerful restrictive force came through the air, Fairy Hongxia's magic treasure, Bright Moon, immediately loosened. She hurriedly controlled Bright Moon to turn around, but she knew that her magic power was not enough to break this restrictive force. She could only look at Fairy Hongxia with pity, and with a slap of her hand, a crimson message talisman appeared in her hand. At this moment, a cold laugh rumbled like thunder. How majestic, how murderous, how powerful. Immediately, dark clouds rolled above Fairy Hongxia's head, and hundreds of thick heavenly lightning bolts suddenly appeared. Kachacha, the heavenly lightning bolt struck down, and hit the restrictive force that had completely restrained Fairy Hongxia and the Xiantian primordial water. Chapter 2507. Boom! With a huge tremor, the restrictive force was almost completely shattered by the heavenly thunder. Countless tiny threads of lightning flickered around Fairy Hongxia. As the restrictive force was shattered, the innate primordial water annihilated Yunbai in a flash. Yunbai only had time to scream, and her eyes were dazed, as if her divine sense had been lost in the innate primordial water. Furthermore, the flesh and blood on her body quickly dissipated, and the exposed white bones were also quickly annihilated by the blue waves. Seeing this, Mingyu could not help but gasp. She had long heard of the ferocious reputation of the innate primordial water. Seeing it today, it really lived up to its name and was even worse. Then, Mingyu quietly put away the message talisman in her hand. She raised her head and looked at the sky. A few miles away, there was still the rumbling of thunder, but in the sky, there was a small figure stepping on the sound of thunder, calmly rushing over. This is, which senior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect? Mingyu's eyes lit up. She knew that this cultivator from afar was using the thunder escape technique of the Imperial Thunder sect. The pure thunder control technique just now could only be used by the Imperial Thunder sect's late Golden Core stage disciples, or even nascent soul stage disciples. Looking at the blue-robed swordsman, who had flown half a mile to the battlefield and saw that his restrictive technique had been destroyed by Xiao Hua's heavenly thunder, Yunbai had died, his figure also stopped in midair, coldly looking at the source of the sound of thunder. When Xiao Hua came closer, a trace of disappointment flashed across Mingyu's eyes. She saw that Xiao Hua was only the height of an ordinary person and was a little fat. The Imperial Thunder sect's robe was bulging, and he looked very uncomfortable. Looking at his appearance, he was abnormally ordinary. If he was thrown into e.g., no one would be able to recognize him. However, Mingyu did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly went forward and saluted. Mingyu of the Huanhua sect greets senior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Go and command the battle. Leave this guy to me." Seeing that Xiao Hua did not mention his name, Mingyu was even more disappointed. She could only whisper, "Yes, Mingyu understands." At this moment, Fairy Hongxia had already broken free from the remaining shackles. She barely managed to grab the storage pouch that had not been corroded by the Xiantian primordial water and retracted the Ice Phoenix celestial body into her body. An unprecedented sense of exhaustion emerged from within her body. "I really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Fairy Hongxia smiled bitterly. "What my dear Xiao can do, I may not be able to do." However, when she turned her head to look at Xiao Hua, she was stunned again. Xiao Hua? That's right, how could the current Xiao Hua be her lover? However, when Fairy Hongxia saw Xiao Hua's unintentional glance at her, she came to a realization. This is Sister's sky-stealing sun-swapping secret technique. Back then, Big Sister could only barely change her appearance, but Xiao Lang could actually transform into such a person. Unfortunately, no matter how he changed his appearance, the look in his eyes could not be concealed. Hee. Thinking of this, Fairy Hongxia smiled sweetly. She reached out her hand again and took out an ordinary water-type magic treasure from her storage pouch. She raised it into the air and flew into another battle. However, Fairy Hongxia's action of killing Yunbai was too shocking. The swordsmen and cultivators around her had all seen it. Which swordsman would still fight with her? After killing a few swordsmen who could not escape, Fairy Hongxia took a deep breath and stood upright in midair. Bright Moon's opponent, Yun Bai, had been killed by Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia couldn't use an ordinary swordsman to fight. She pointed her finger, and the transcendent artifact, Bright Moon, turned into a round disk and flew into the sky, covering her. She transmitted her voice softly, "Hongxia, come over here." "Yes, Martial Aunt Mingyu." Fairy Hongxia smiled at her martial aunt who had always taken care of her and obediently flew into the light of Mingyu. With this senior brother from the Imperial Thunder sect, we have nothing to worry about in this battle. Mingyu whispered to Mingyu as she looked at Xiaohua who had come over with his hands behind his back. There was not a trace of magic power around him. Although Mingyu said so, the one who was worried about Xiaohua was Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia still looked on worriedly. She looked at Xiaohua who was standing quietly in the sky a few hundred feet away. In front of him, half a mile away, the blue-robed swordsman was also looking at Xiaohua coldly. This blue-robed swordsman was completely different from Xiaohua. Not only was his figure much taller, even his sturdiness was not something that Xiaohua could compare to. What was special was that the swordsman's face and head were squarish. Even his sturdy body was squarish. Furthermore, where Xiaohua stood, the cold wind blew, causing Xiaohua's Daoist robe to flutter. Although the golden light around Xiaohua's body was slightly overflowing, it was still slightly weaker than the blue-robed swordsman. This was because, within one zhang of the blue-robed swordsman, there was no sound of wind. Not even a corner of his blue robe was blown. It was as if it was a silent space. The two experts stood high in the sky. Even Mingyu was a few hundred feet away from them, not to mention the ordinary cultivators and swordsmen. They all stayed far away, giving them a few hundred feet of space. They were afraid that the battle between the two would affect them. Fairy Hongxia bit her lips and muttered in her heart. After all, Xiaohua's cultivation was only at the late foundation establishment stage. How could he face a third-grade illusory swordsman? Right at this moment, there was a small commotion in the distance. Oh? Mingyu frowned and used her divine sense to scan the area. She saw that the injured Kan Sheng was fleeing here and the Imperial Thunder sect disciple was fighting and retreating. She was stunned. Strange. The Imperial Thunder sect's senior brother did not go to help the Imperial Thunder sect disciple. Why did he come to the battlefield of my Rinsing Flower sect? This question. Not to mention the 100,000 people in the Seven Extremes Ridge, even if all the cultivators in the Sky Patrol City were included, only the person beside Mingyu could answer it. Fairy Hongxia's heart was filled with unconcealable sweetness. Mingyu originally wanted to provide support to Kan Sheng. However, she saw that although Kan Sheng was seriously injured, there was no illusory swordsman chasing after him. Furthermore, the retreat of the Imperial Thunder sect and the other two sects' disciples was orderly. It was not the kind of situation where an army would collapse like a mountain. Mingyu then sent out a few message talismans and ordered all the Huanhua sect's disciples to prepare to provide support. She then stood in midair with Fairy Hongxia and watched the fight between Xiaohua and the blue-robed swordsman. After all, as long as Xiaohua won, this battle would be more than half won. If Xiaohua lost, they could only escape. It was a pity that the two main characters of the battle were standing quietly in the air. Now, it had been the time to drink a cup of tea and they had no intention of fighting. Yes, how could they fight? How could Xiaohua fight with the blue-robed swordsman? No one knew what the blue-robed swordsman was thinking. Anyway, Xiaohua was very embarrassed at this moment. Although he had sacrificially refined the Kunlun mirror, that thing was too Hong's. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the field. If they were not careful, they would definitely reveal it. Could the Imperial Thunder sect escape the investigation of the Shui region's spiritual master? Even if Xiaohua did not return to Sky Patrol City, he was afraid that it would be difficult to explain, right? Wishful staff. That was the thing that Xiao Hua would be famous for in the future. Now that he had changed his appearance, it was even more impossible to take it out. In short, after thinking for a long time, Xiao Hua really wanted to cry but had no tears. Forget it, I'll just stand here. Maybe I can scare this guy away. Xiao Hua had the demeanor of a loud voice. However, the blue-robed swordsman was also shy. Obviously, the restrictive power of his hand was extremely powerful, but when it came close, it stopped. His red and yellow eyes stared at Xiao Hua, but he did not make a move at all. This extremely strange scene did not change in the slightest until Qian Sheng staggered and flew to Ming Yu's side. Seeing the Imperial Thunder Sect's Golden Core disciple standing in the air, Qian Sheng's eyes stared straight. Fellow Taoist Qian. Ming Yu inquired in a low voice, which senior brother of your sect is this? Qian Sheng's eyes stared straight at Xiao Hua's side. With a voice that even he himself felt embarrassed, he replied, This Qian does not know. This Qian does not seem to know this senior brother. Isn't he the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple in this great battle? Ming Yu asked curiously, looking at his Taoist robe. It seems so. Qian Sheng smiled bitterly. If it was an ordinary early-stage Golden Core disciple, this Qian might not recognize him. But this senior brother, just now, he seemed to have used the lightning evasion technique to control lightning. What's even more lazy is that the magic treasure contains lightning and can borrow a bit of heavenly lightning's power to use. Fellow Taoist Ming Yu, didn't you see this senior brother of mine? He doesn't have any magic treasures or the like in his hands, but he's guiding lightning with his bare hands. This is a secret technique of my Imperial Thunder sect that is not passed on. There are only a few people in the sect who can do it, hee. While speaking, Ruo Si also flew over. Behind her in the distance was formless sword Guyu. Ruo Si also looked at Xiao Hua and the blue-robed swordsman in astonishment. She then scanned the entire battlefield but did not see any trace of Yun Bai. When she found a sword cultivator to ask, her face revealed a miserable expression. At the same time, her furious gaze also fell on Ming Yu. Chapter 2508. However, it was clear that the only sword cultivators were the blue-robed swordsman and Ruo Si. As for the cultivators, there were two from the Imperial Thunder sect and one from the Huanhua sect. Ruo Si was definitely not a match for Ming Yu and Qian Sheng. Ruo Si was very clear about the blue-robed swordsman's calmness. When she flew to the left and whispered a few words, the blue-robed swordsman didn't even frown, as if he didn't hear her. However, when Ruo Si retreated, the blue-robed swordsman asked in a deep voice, I'm Ji Yi of the Copper Bell sect. Who are you from the Imperial Thunder sect? I. Nameless. Xiao Hua saw that this swordsman was actually so calm and still wanted to ask for his name. He hesitated slightly before answering. Nameless. Good name. Ji Yi didn't care whether Xiao Hua concealed his name or not. He nodded. This Ji can fight with an expert from the Imperial Thunder sect. This trip to the Seven Extremes Mountains was not in vain. Please, Xiao Hua's pupils shrank, and he raised his hand. All right, since Brother Nameless won't fight, then, this Ji won't be polite. Ji cupped his fists, and his body emitted a faint earthen yellow brilliance. His figure gradually accelerated as he flew towards Xiao Hua. Oh! Xiao Hua's magic power surged as he waved his hand. When he was about to take out a demonic tool, he saw the brilliance around Ji Ye's body and couldn't help but be stunned. This brilliance seems very familiar. Why is it similar to the cloud-suppressing seal? Copper Bell sect? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Ji Ye's self-introduction, and his eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. This young master knows, this Ji Yi is a tool cultivator. Ha ha ha, I understand, no wonder he didn't make the first move. It turns out, he doesn't have a magic weapon. He himself is a magic weapon. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth twitched. He finally understood why the two of them confronted each other for so long. However, he immediately felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't encountered many weapon cultivators in this battle, and the highest realm he had encountered was only at the drawing sword realm. However, this Ji Yi actually had a cultivation of the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm, and he had refined a magic treasure into his body. Xiao Hua really lacked this kind of experience in direct combat with magic treasures. Looking at Ji Ye's body, the earthen yellow brilliance became increasingly brilliant, and a kind of valiant force involuntarily diffused throughout the entire battlefield. As for Xiao Hua, who bore the brunt of this, he felt that the true essence in his body had already been obstructed, making it difficult for him to circulate it smoothly. Roar! Xiao Hua raised his head and roared. The sound of thunder also came from his body. Rumble. Tiny threads of thunder surged out from his body. At the same time, his body suddenly rushed out. It was as if he was stepping on rolling thunder. Imperial thunder shock. Imperial lightning shock. It was Imperial thunder shock. It's not Imperial lightning travel. Kan Sheng was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Previously, he was already shocked by Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique, but when he heard the loud sound of Xiao Hua's Imperial lightning travel technique, he cried out involuntarily, "I have finally seen Imperial lightning travel in my lifetime." Fellow Taoist Ken Mingyu was rather astonished to see Kan Sheng lose his composure. She said in a low voice, "Is Imperial thunder shock very difficult to cultivate?" "It's more than difficult." Kan Sheng blurted out, but after he finished speaking, he regretted it and said in a low voice, "This is a secret of my Imperial thunder sect. Forgive me for not being able to say it out loud." Nonsense, Master Qian Lazy had only cultivated to the edge of the 2nd layer of the lightning eclipse. He hadn't even stepped into Imperial thunder shock. This golden core senior brother was already at the 3rd stage of the lightning eclipse. Do you think Kan Sheng could casually reveal this? Wang Ji had already turned into a shooting star. The earthen yellow brilliance was exceptionally dazzling. The strength of the confinement force surrounding him was fluctuating. As he flew, all of the magic tools and magic treasures within 100 zhang of him, including flying swords, were vibrating. They were all not under the control of cultivators and swordsmen's divine senses. They slightly trembled in midair and emitted frightening cries. At this moment, Mingyu also understood. As an equipment cultivator, it was normal for Ji Yi to be able to use his divine sense to isolate her connection with her magic treasure Mingyu. Looking at Xiao Hua again, his figure was also blurry. He was like a bolt of lightning. Even the might of wind and thunder surrounding his body was not the least bit inferior to Ji Ye's. "Senior brother Nameless, what are you doing?" Seeing Xiao Hua also clenching his fists and rushing over, Kan Sheng was dumbstruck. A golden core cultivator was actually competing in physical strength with an equipment cultivator. Wasn't this just stupid? Both of them were using all of their strength. The distance of a few li was closed in an instant. Even Ji Yi was bewildered. He didn't know why Xiao Hua still hadn't taken out his magic treasure at this time. His other hidden hand could only fall through in vain. But at this moment, Ji suddenly felt a needle-like feeling in his Naiwan palace. "Oh?" Ji Yi laughed involuntarily. He clearly understood that this was definitely a divine ability that Xiao Hua used with his divine sense. Unfortunately, he was currently an equipment cultivator. He simply didn't fear this kind of secret technique. Indeed, Xiao Hua really couldn't think of any method. He flew to the center and used the soul-piercing technique. Who would have thought that Ji Ye's Naiwan palace was like a lump of stubborn stone? His divine sense was instead pierced. Fight! Ji Ye's scarlet-yellow eyes didn't even blink. He clenched his fists and smashed them towards the charging Xiao Hua's body. Senior martial brother, Kan Sheng couldn't help but clench his fists. He clearly understood that if this fist smashed onto the body, not to mention a mid or late gold core cultivator, even a nascent soul cultivator absolutely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Since Kan Sheng was so anxious, there was no need to mention Fairy Hong Xia's worry. She really didn't understand why Xiao Hua didn't take out his magic treasure. Could it be that he gave me his magic treasure and didn't have it himself? This kind of lover. Good, today this old man wants to see if your equipment cultivator's body is stronger, or if my Imperial Thunder Sex body cultivator is stronger. Xiao Hua's arrogant voice rose from afar. It really made everyone's eyes pop out. Xiao Hua actually also clenched his fist and smashed it towards Ji Ye's fist. Rumble. It was practically a world-shaking tremor. Waves of air soared into the sky from between the two people. Within several hundred zhang, all the magic tools, magic treasures, and flying swords lost control. They were sent flying by Ji Ye's uncontrollable confinement power and the countless tiny lightning bolts that rose from Xiao Hua's body. The swordsmen and cultivators who were fighting turned pale with fright. This kind of power had already surpassed a fight between golden core cultivators. They couldn't help but connect to their magic treasures and immediately flew up again, leaving the several hundred zhang space for the two people who made them feel inconceivable. The cultivators and swordsmen who were fighting might not have seen clearly, but the cultivators and swordsmen who were secretly watching the fight were dumbstruck. They saw the two people colliding with each other with their bare hands. That Ji Ye's face was expressionless as he stood majestically. Even his blue robe didn't move in the slightest. But what about Xiao Hua? As if he was struck by a heavy blow, he was thrown into the air. However, Xiao Hua, who was accompanied by this flash of lightning, flew up 5 zhang and immediately laughed wildly. A string of afterimages flashed and rushed towards Ji Yi again. No matter if it was a cultivator or a swordsman, they were all very clear that Ji Yi was a high-level equipment cultivator of the illusory sword. It was a magic treasure, how could a cultivator compare? Not only did Xiao Hua receive Ji Ye's all-out attack, he even counterattacked vigorously after being repelled. This cultivator, good heavens, could he still be called a cultivator? The following battle situation was even more puzzling to the crowd. They saw Xiao Hua brandish his fist towards Ji Yi, and a rare trace of astonishment flashed through Ji Ye's eyes. He also brandished his fist to block. The two people actually fought in the air with their fists and feet. Although Ji Ye's fists and feet contained a strong confining power, and Xiao Hua's fists and feet flashed with lightning, and when their fists and feet hit a hard rock, the rock would certainly be turned into powder. However, each of their moves was clear, completely similar to the martial arts of the secular world. Among the several tens of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen, there were definitely people who had seen fists and feet. When they saw that the two seniors were actually martial artists, they became even more puzzled. After all, martial arts were the work of the secular world's people. After fighting for no less than half a cup of tea's time, the two people were actually evenly matched. Xiao Hua's Big Dipper God fist and ethereal steps were not inferior to Ji Ye's fists and feet in the slightest. Especially Xiao Hua's physical body, even if it was inferior to Ji Ye's, the difference was limited. Moreover, within the space of several tens of zhang around the two people, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was incomparably chaotic. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was stirred up by the two people's every move was actually greater than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth when two magic treasures were fighting. Xiao Hua, a golden core disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, had really overturned the limits of cultivators today. Looking at Ji Yi again, his originally almost emotionless red and yellow eyes now had a bit of fanaticism. It seemed that he hadn't been this happy for a very, very long time, and hadn't fought with such a wild style. "Eat my fist," Ji Yi shouted loudly. He clenched his fist, and a power that could shatter a huge rock with a single punch, accompanied by an extremely valiant confining power, rushed towards Xiao Hua. "Ha ha ha, how could this old man be afraid of you?" Xiao Hua clasped his hands together, and lightning lingered on his fists. The lightning tore apart the confining power and rushed towards Ji Ye's fist. With a loud bang, the two fists collided. The air condensed, and then a wave of air gushed out. As the wave of air rolled, fine traces that were hard to see with the naked eye actually flashed in the air. However, these fine traces were too small, and as soon as they appeared, they immediately healed. This impact was still a bit too strong, and Xiao Hua couldn't be as steady as Ji Yi. His body twisted and turned, cleverly dispersing the force, and even using this force to counterattack Ji Yi. This was also what Ji Yi couldn't understand after much thought. Nameless, Ji Yi blinked his eyes and said, "This old man didn't expect that a cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect like you would also be proficient in the martial arts." "Likewise, likewise," Xiao Hua casually replied. However, the martial arts of today's martial arts are already nothing in this old man's hands. Ji Yi continued, "It's rare for this old man to meet an opponent like you. If I don't use my best skills, then this old man has underestimated you. I'll also let you down." Xiao Hua still disagreed. However, if this old man uses his life cultivation method, even this old man won't be able to control it. Oh. Xiao Hua's brows furrowed slightly. Hearing Ji Ye's words, he was actually treating him as a hypocritical opponent. "Do as you wish." Xiao Hua looked up and down at Ji Yi and said, "Right now, you and I are enemies. If you don't use your divine ability, this old man will take your life." "Good. Ha ha ha, well said. Since you and I are enemies, this old man won't say anything." Ji Ye's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he laughed loudly. "To be able to fight an opponent like you, this old man will have no regrets even if I die." Chapter 2509. As he spoke, the earthen yellow light around Ji Ye's body suddenly shone brightly. A powerful suction force appeared from his body, strong tornadoes were created, and all the heaven and earth spiritual energy within several hundred meters of him was drawn towards him. Xiao Hua stood steadily within the tornadoes, purple lightning coiled around his body. He looked at Ji Ye's transformation without fear. The light became brighter, piercing Xiao Hua's eyes to the point of squinting. However, he could still clearly see that the light was gradually expanding. Runes appeared on Ji Ye's forehead, face, and bare arms. Those runes flowed within the light, as if there were countless tadpoles swimming within Ji Ye's skin. Bzzz bzzz bzzz. Xiao Hua was familiar with the sound of vibrations coming from Ji Ye's body. Along with the vibrations, Ji Ye's head, shoulders, and arms gradually disappeared. They gradually turned into a solid earthen yellow color. When the surging heaven and earth spiritual energy gradually calmed down, a 3-meter-long ancient bronze seal appeared in the air. Above the seal, there were many jade talismans hanging from it, and a lifelike dragon head was resting on top of the seal. The dragon's body coiled around the seal, and the runes that had been flowing on Ji Ye's skin appeared with the sound of the dragon's body. An enormous power of a magic treasure flowed out from the runes, and under the dragon's body, there was actually a wave of runes, overturning sea seal. Even though Xiao Hua had never seen the overturning sea seal before, he could not help but shout at this moment. Wasn't this the overturning sea seal that he Feng Yuan spoke of? It turned out that this overturning sea seal was indeed from Changbai sect, but it did not end up in the hands of ordinary Dao cultivators. It ended up in Huan country, and even more so in the hands of a weapon cultivator. No wonder Ji Yi could suppress the innate true water. Xiao Hua had a flash of understanding. It was as if someone was controlling the ocean overturning seal. The ocean overturning seal slowly rose up, and a sealing force that was several times stronger than before suddenly appeared. The space within 1,000 feet was filled with this sealing force, and even the air couldn't flow. Oh my, this is a true magic treasure. Xiao Hua sighed inwardly, his hands swiping in the air. Amidst the dense dark clouds in the sky, a huge bolt of lightning struck down along with Xiao Hua's lightning-attracting art. It struck the ocean overturning seal, the seal of the ocean overturning seal. Terrifying Phoenix. Previously, Gu had never seen Xiao Hua use the lightning-attracting technique, so she was unable to distinguish it. At this time, seeing this hand's seal, her complexion changed greatly. It's just that Xiao Hua's previous cultivation and previous appearance were very different from the current one. Although Gu Yu's heart was greatly shocked, she still couldn't be sure. Actually, there was no lack of sword cultivators who had such thoughts, because the name of the terrifying phoenix was just too famous. Just like Qin Jian's reputation among cultivators. Of course, all sword cultivators knew that the Phoenix Dharma body, lightning attraction technique, and foundation establishment cultivation were the marks of the terrifying phoenix. At this time, Xiaohua only had the lightning attraction technique, so they could only think of Xiaohua as the terrifying phoenix's teacher. Roar! The ocean-overturning seal emitted an earthen yellow brilliance that was almost 10 feet long. It rushed straight into the sky, blocking in front of the heavenly lightning. Even if the heavenly lightning completely scattered this brilliance, when it landed on the ocean-overturning seal, the damage was minimal. Ha ha ha, sure enough, it's delightful. Xiaohua laughed heartily. His hands rubbed together again, and streaks of lightning poured down like a waterfall. See, not to mention Ming Yu and Ruo Si, even Kan Sheng was also dumbstruck. Although he came from the Imperial Thunder Sect's Kanlei Palace, when had he ever seen such heavenly lightning? When had he ever seen heavenly lightning falling like rain? That surging heavenly lightning, the powerful force, the flash that seemed to be able to scatter all living things, it really made people tremble with fear. The three of them had no doubt that if they were under the heavenly lightning, even if they could use magic treasures and flying swords to block it for a moment, they would still be smashed into pieces by the heavenly lightning. However, this was only their feeling. The ocean-overturning seal was different. They saw the ocean-overturning seal radiate brilliance in all directions. The dragon head that was entrenched on the seal slightly raised, and streaks of ripple-like illusory images rushed into the sky one after another, blocking the heavenly lightning 10 feet away. The most inconceivable thing was that the ocean-overturning seal suddenly flew up, and an illusory image flew out, bringing all the ripple-like illusory images with it. The real body instantly rushed in front of Xiaohua, and crashed into him. Seeing that the true essence in his body was imprisoned by the ocean-overturning seal, and it was very difficult for it to flow, Xiaohua's arms shook, and with a wave of his hand, he took out 2 huge devil hammers. These devil hammers were obviously smaller than the 2 devil hammers he got from the Thunder Sect, but now, it was already good to have something useful. Cha-cha-cha, lightning flashed around Xiaohua's body. At the same time, he did his best to resist the imprisonment power, and at the same time, the 2 hammers fiercely smashed out. Boom! With a loud sound, Xiaohua's body flipped over like a bullet. The power of the 2 hammers could not compare to the ocean-overturning seal, and Xiaohua was sent flying back. The ocean-overturning seal did not stop, and once again flew out, following Xiaohua. It was much more agile than Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal. Boom! Seeing the ocean-overturning seal coming over, Xiaohua stabilized his body, and at the same time, waved the 2 hammers again, and continuously hit the ocean-overturning seal. Alas, rather than saying that he hit the ocean-overturning seal, it was better to say that he was sent flying by the imprisonment power of the ocean-overturning seal. Although the devil hammers were powerful, Xiaohua was not a devil realm devil after all. He could only borrow the weight of the devil tool, and could not use the devil tool. Every time he hit the ocean-overturning seal, 50 to 60% of the power was blocked by the brilliance of the ocean-overturning seal. The power that could truly damage the ocean-overturning seal was really very little. Nameless. Are you looking down on this old man? Suddenly, a muffled and somewhat cold voice came from Xiaohua's ears. It was actually Ji Ye's sound transmission. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Looking at the ocean-overturning seal that had stopped attacking and was slightly rotating in midair, he also sent a sound transmission. This old man has already used his full strength. How can you say that this old man is looking down on you? You are a cultivator of the Imperial Thunder Sect. If this old man was in his human form, it would be fine if you used your fists and legs barehanded. But why is it that when this old man transformed into a tool and fought with you, you are still barehanded? If you don't look down on this old man, then what is it? Isn't this old man's devil hammers a devil tool? Xiaohua laughed. Could it be that your Imperial Thunder Sect is so poor that you don't even have a single magic treasure? Ji Ye's voice became increasingly cold. Old man, you are a bit strange. Xiaohua pointed with his hand and said, if this old man took out a magic treasure, would you still be alive? You don't take the opportunity to kill this old man, and actually want this old man to take out a magic treasure? This Ji would rather fight to the death with you than be tolerated by you. Ji Yi was somewhat angry. Hearing Ji Ye's words, Xiaohua's heart moved. He thought to himself, this tool cultivator has a rather straightforward temperament. If there wasn't a Dao cultivator battle, I should be able to make friends with him. If you still don't take out your magic treasure, this Ji will ignore you. Ji Yi sneered. There are tens of thousands of Dao sect disciples here, but there isn't anyone who can resist this Ji, right? Alright, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and sent a sound transmission. This old man does have some methods, but it isn't convenient for me to use them in front of everyone. If you want to experience them, we will leave this place. Alright. Ji Yi agreed without hesitation. The ocean-overturning seal suddenly flew high into the sky, flying into the distance. You all will continue as before. Ignore I. Xiaohua coldly said to Ken Sheng and the others. If anyone dares to chase after me, this old man will take their life. Immediately after, Xiaohua's body surged with thunder as he chased after the ocean-overturning seal. Continue as before. Kan Sheng and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Continue the fierce battle as before? Before Xiaohua and Ji Yi arrived, tens of thousands of people had already died on the two battlefields. The ground was littered with broken limbs and blood. When the two experts appeared, although they were just confronting each other in the beginning, their intimidating aura had already affected the situation of the battle. Everyone's attacks were already somewhat sluggish. Of course, there were thousands of people who died in the process. When the two experts fought beautifully, how could the tens of thousands of people still have the mood to fight? Although they didn't clearly separate from each other, they only focused on protecting themselves and focused on the fight between the experts. At this moment, the two experts left and went to play on their own, leaving the tens of thousands of people as before, who would still have the mood to fight. Whether it was sword cultivators or Dao cultivators, their morale was completely gone. Forget it. Mingyu activated her magic treasure, Mingyu, and said to Ruo Si, you and I will withdraw our disciples and wait for the outcome of the two seniors. If senior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect wins, all of you will withdraw from the Seven Extremes Ridge. Alright, if senior brother Ji Yi wins, all of you will also withdraw from the Sky Patrol City. Ruo Si gritted her teeth and replied. After saying that, Mingyu glanced at Kan Sheng. The three of them sent out their communication talismans at the same time. Following a sharp whistling sound, all the Dao cultivators and sword cultivators flew slowly and separated in an orderly manner. Don't touch the corpses of both sides' disciples for the time being. Wait until the outcome of the battle is determined. Kan Sheng shouted again. Alright, Ruo Si understood that this order was obviously beneficial to her. Without hesitation, she passed down the order. Fairy Hongxia returned to her team. Guyu also flew to the left side of the beginning of spring. Everyone was eagerly waiting, looking at the direction where Xiaohua and Ji Yi disappeared. As for Xiaohua, while chasing Ji Yi, he released his Buddhist awareness. When he saw that both sides had stopped fighting, it was exactly as he expected. Only then did he change his direction and urged Imperial Thunder Travel to rush forward. After flying straight for more than 100 miles, it was an extremely flat land. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the rainbow in the sky was exceptionally dazzling. Buzz, the strong roar, stopped in midair. The seal of overturn the sea stirred up the suction force again. Hurricanes swept up the snow and rushed into the air, raising the snow and dust within 100 feet of the surrounding. Can you show your true strength now? Ji Ye's voice came. Of course, Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness swept through the nearby 100 miles. There was no trace of people at all. Feeling relieved, he clapped his hands and took out the wishful staff. Is it still a demonic tool? Ji Yi was somewhat dissatisfied. Don't worry. Xiaohua sneered, this young master has a lot of methods. You will be satisfied. Chapter 25:10. Good. Then this old man will have no regrets even if he dies. Ji said. Huh? What does that mean? Xiao Hua felt a little strange. Isn't this too discouraging? Moreover, the same words were said twice. Buzz. The seal of turning the sea roared again, and the power of imprisonment that filled the space with a huge force smashed towards Xiao Hua. Come, come, come. Xiao Hua held the staff in his hand and his heart was set. The lightning around his body flashed out, and now it reached a few feet. He was really like a god. Boom, the staff waved, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was disturbed by the seal of turning the sea became even more chaotic. After the brilliance of the seal of turning the sea was scattered by the lightning, the staff effortlessly annihilated the brilliance of the seal of turning the sea again. Countless cracks appeared and disappeared in the space, setting off a wave of air that soared to the sky. This time, Xiao Hua's figure was sent flying again, but he was in a much better condition. The heavenly staff technique had already eliminated this bit of weakness. As a result, the wishful steel staff and the seal of turning the sea clashed for hundreds of rounds. As the seal of turning the sea flew, and as Xiao Hua flashed and moved, they really fought from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the ground. The seal of turning the sea was so hard, and the power of imprisonment and the weight of the seal of turning the sea were so great. It was different from the last time when Xiao Hua fought with Feng Buping. Xiao Hua was actually a little numb at this time. Grandma, this guy is a magic weapon after all. This young master really can't compete with him at this time. Xiao Hua shook his sore thumb and secretly thought. Forget it. Xiao Hua shook his hand and the staff returned to the space. This young master doesn't need to use his weakness to overcome the enemy's strength. This young master has a way. While speaking, Xiao Hua took out the sword pouch. Go. As Xiao Hua pinched the sword, the 7 flying swords rushed out and surrounded the seal of turning the sea. The power of the 7 stars array suppressed the seal of turning the sea. You are not nameless. You are the terrifying phoenix. Ji Ye's voice came out, full of horror. Not bad. Xiao Hua's body faintly circulated with magic power. His body gradually expanded and his appearance returned to its original state. This young master is the terrifying phoenix. Good. That's why I've never heard of such a powerful cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect. Although Ji Yi applauded, his voice was still cold. However, this Ji still doesn't know your name. Xiao Hua slightly narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and said in a low voice. Alright, this Ji understands. Even if I have to sacrifice my body, I will have no regrets in this battle. As Ji Yi spoke, the light around his body became even brighter, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard from his head. Seal. Seeing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly activated the 7 stars sword formation. The 7 illusory swords caught the formation and surged towards the overturning sea seal. Wang, 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 the seal of turning the sea slowly rotated, resisting the power of the formation with difficulty. Damn it, although the flying swords of the illusory swordsmen are powerful, they are not controlled by 7 illusory swordsmen. But this young master is controlling them through the sword pouch, so their power is too weak. Thinking back to that day, they were able to seal this young master, but when they were trying to seal that bastardly Qingshu, they were actually shattered by his nascent soul hand. And now, they can't even fight against the seal of turning the sea. Io, the hand of a nascent soul. That's right, this young master also has a refined talisman, right? Although it is not the hand of a nascent soul, if this young master uses it, it might not be inferior to a nascent soul hand. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly remembered the half-talisman he obtained when he killed Xian Yuhua in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. He had never used that thing before, but now he could take it out and use it. While thinking, Xiao Hua controlled the 7 stars great formation. He took out the damaged talisman and temporarily placed it in his bosom. Sure enough, it was as Xiao Hua thought. Although the Seven Stars Great Formation was powerful, it was beyond his ability to control it through the sword pouch. In particular, the seal of turning the sea that Ji had transformed into was extremely heavy, and its power was also extremely great. Every time it moved within the formation, it would be able to restrain the 7 flying swords and slightly disrupt the formation. This did not mean that the current Ji was much stronger than the Xiao Hua of that day. It was just that Ji's seal of turning the sea was a magic treasure, and its quality was much better than the 7 flying swords. Resisting the flying swords was Ji's specialty. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. He tried his best to control the sword pouch, directing the 7 flying swords to continuously perfect the 7 stars great formation, making it even smoother than before. However, all of a sudden, a cold divine sense penetrated the 7 stars great formation and covered the sword pouch. Immediately, Xiao Hua felt that the connection between him and the sword pouch had a resistance, and as the divine sense increased, the resistance became even greater. It was as if a flowing river was mixed with mud and sand, and this mud and sand was gradually accumulating, like a dam. I understand now. Xiao Hua suddenly realized, Ji transformed into a magic treasure, so he has an additional ability. He can actually affect other magic treasures through magic treasures. Needless to say, everyone knew that if the seal of turning the sea did not have any special methods, it would be defeated sooner or later. Sigh, it seemed to be an old sigh, and Ji's voice was filled with endless emotion, as expected of the terrifying phoenix. Do you still have a lot of methods? Your Dharma body, this old man also hopes to see it. Hee, old man, as long as you can force this Xiao to that extent, this Xiao will definitely fulfill your wish. Xiao Hua also had some respect for this tool cultivator. Hearing Xiao Hua actually call him old man, Ji sighed again and said, this old man has been in this world for nearly 1,000 years. What? Xiao Hua was shocked, and said anxiously, old man, what did you say? You are 1,000 years old? Oh. Yes, this old man is about 930 years old. Ji was also surprised. What's so strange about this? Although little friend Xiao looks like a teenager, I'm afraid you are at least 600 years old, right? Hee, little friend Xiao, do you think this old man is too old? With your 600 years old cultivation, you can fight this old man to a draw, you can be proud. This. Xiao Hua was embarrassed. He understood in his heart that the cultivation he displayed was at the late stage of gold core. If it was the cultivation speed of an ordinary cultivator, 600 years old would be considered normal. Sigh, I can't let little friend Xiao be proud, this old man is slow-witted. On one side, Ji was resisting the innate true water and the 7 stars great array. On the other hand, he was actually speaking frankly with Xiao Hua, and even called him little friend. This really made Xiao Hua somewhat puzzled. You also know, this old man's background is similar to yours. I entered the Tao through martial arts, but this old man's aptitude is not good. I couldn't practice the Tao, so I could only escape to the sword domain, and was accepted as a disciple by the Bronze Bell sect. Actually, in this old man's heart, I'm afraid I'm the same as you. I don't put any tool cultivators in my eyes. I even think it's an unorthodox technique. No, Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, this Xiao has never thought about it. There are 3,000 Daos in the world, who knows which one is the straight path? Tool cultivators, bird cultivators, sword cultivators, and Dao cultivators, each have their own Daos. While speaking, Xiao Hua's control of the innate true water also slackened a lot, but he was still careful, afraid that Ji would do something strange. Little friend Xiao has such thoughts. You're really magnanimous. In the future you'll definitely become a great person. Ji praised. I don't dare. Although this old man has entered the door of tool cultivators, my progress is still slow. I've failed to fuse with magic tools. Ji said again, just when this old man's heart was disheartened, I met a soul cultivator training in the sword domain. This soul cultivator's cultivation was profound, and like little friend Xiao, she was magnanimous. She didn't look down on this old man because I'm a tool cultivator. This old man is ashamed. Seeing her that day was like seeing a celestial being. In order to accompany her to a secret place, I disregarded the sex rules. Hee hee, old man, who hasn't been young before? Even if you make a mistake, the heavens will forgive you. Xiaohua said with a smile, the Buddhist seal controlling the innate true water decreased by a bit. Hee hee, yes, thinking about those 3 days, it was only 3 days. It made this old man think back 1,000 years. Ji also said with a smile, this old man clearly remembers that her name was Zi Yen. An elegant, gentle name, just like the purple jasmine flower in the sword tomb, with an earth-shattering splendor, but restrained divine splendor, not arrogant at all. Zi Yen? Zi? Chapter 25:11. Old Master Ji. Xiaohua said with a smile, I don't know much about soul cultivation techniques, but if the cultivators of my Dao sect can cultivate to the nascent soul stage, their lifespan can reach 2,000 years. Besides, you've lived for nearly 1,000 years. How can he not have a reason? That's true, but how many people actually have such an opportunity? Ji Ye's voice rang out from within the seal of the ocean. The reason why I was able to live for so long was because of this seal of the ocean. My primordial spirit gradually fused with the seal of the ocean, and my body fused with it. Naturally, my lifespan was extended. If I had cultivated a Taoist art, I probably would have been reduced to a pile of bones long ago. Sigh, speaking of the sea overturning seal, it was also Zi Yan's fortuitous encounter. In front of the secret plane, Zi Yan encountered a Tai Bai sect cultivator. The two of them fought, and the Tai Bai sect cultivator was the one with the sea overturning seal. However, Zi Yan was slightly inferior to that cultivator and had almost died in that cultivator's hands. When this old man saw this, my blood boiled, and I didn't care about anything else. I rushed forward and used my body to shield Zian. I only wanted to die for her. Good. Xiaohua couldn't help but cry out, giving a thumbs up and praising. Hee hee, unfortunately, this old man was wrong. Ji Ye's voice rang out. What was this old man's cultivation at that time? How could he possibly block the sea overturning seal for Zi Yan? Everything was just Zi Yan's plan to lure the enemy. This old man is just imagining things. Old master, your block is not bad. You finally have an opportunity. Hearing Ji mention the seal of turning the sea, how could Xiaohua not know that there was something fishy about it? He smiled and said, that is indeed the case. Ji didn't deny it. If it wasn't for this old master blocking that attack and sustaining heavy injuries, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Not only will this seal not fall into this old man's hands, this old man will also not be able to obtain a secret technique of soul cultivation. Oh. Xiaohua nodded slightly. In fact, it's a secret technique that fuses the primordial spirit with the magical equipment. Ji didn't hide anything and said, that day, when Zi Yan taught me the seal of overturning the sea and the secret technique, she clearly said that my aptitude was too poor and my primordial spirit was too weak. I couldn't cultivate at all, not even as an artifact cultivator. If you force yourself to cultivate, in the end, your primordial spirit will definitely dissipate into the magic treasure, and your body will become the body. Ah. Old man, you are. Xiaohua suddenly understood and hurriedly stopped the activation of the Xiantian true water. After telling Ji about this, Xiaohua's killing intent also decreased a lot. Little friend Xiao is indeed a kind person. Ji smiled and said, however, it's all too late. Earlier, this old man was a bit hesitant. After all, this old man has already fused with the seal of ocean overturning for 1,000 years. The seal of ocean overturning's coldness is constantly attacking this old man's primordial spirit. If this old man were to fight with you, I'm afraid that my primordial spirit would have already reached the end of dissipation. The old man has always said, even if I die, I have no regrets. That's what he means, right? Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. That's right, to be able to fight a magnanimous cultivator like little friend Xiao, it is indeed this old man's wish. Ji continued, this old man fused his body into an artifact to fight against the heavens, to fight against humans, right? If I can't fight, why did I make that choice 1,000 years ago? Since this old man has chosen this path, I will definitely walk it to the end without any hesitation. Yes, this little one understands. Xiao Hua was filled with deep veneration towards Ji Yi. This little one will definitely fulfill the old man's wish. I'm afraid that in another hour, this old man's primordial spirit will dissipate. Before this old man died, I had some regrets. After saying so much, I only hope that someone in this world can understand some of this old man's thoughts. Even if I'm an artifact cultivator, a beast cultivator, even if I'm an unorthodox cultivator in the eyes of you Dao cultivators, behind everyone's back is a sad story, behind everyone's back is the blood and sweat of struggle. Alright, Xiao Hua slightly bit his lips and replied in a low voice, this little one is actually also a loose cultivator. I also have some feelings towards this. Forget it. This old man has lived for 1,000 years, and every day, I've been fighting against the erosion of this magic weapon. Now is the time to end it. Come, it's useless to say more. Let this old man see your magic power. If you can withstand this old man's final attack, this old man will give you a surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, the seal of Turn the Ocean flashed with an intense brilliance. A rumbling sound that seemed to be able to overturn mountains and seas could be heard. Then, a force that was several times stronger than before was generated, resisting the 7 stars array's confinement force. Rise! Xiao Hua did not hesitate and hurriedly used the Buddhist seal, activating the innate true water. On one hand, he corroded and suppressed the brilliance of the seal of Turning the Sea, and on the other hand, he tried his best to stabilize the 7 stars great array. Seeing that the waves were several times stronger than before, Xiao Hua waved his hand, holding the wishful staff in his hand, and entered the 7 stars great array, smashing towards the seal of Turning the Sea. Xiao Hua understood that the best way now was to use all his means to fight against the seal of Turning the Sea and send Ji Yi on his way. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Hua waved the wishful staff casually, and every time it touched the brilliance of the seal of Turning the Sea, it made a roaring sound. Although the seal of Turning the Sea trembled slightly each time, it always stood tall and strong, like a cornerstone. Tisk, tisk, Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. This kind of magic treasure can truly display the power of a magic treasure. It's a pity that I can't try this secret technique. Even if I get this seal of Turning the Sea, I'm afraid it won't have such power. Just as he was thinking, Xiao Hua became alert again. Previously, Ji Yi withdrew his divine sense because he was afraid of being corroded by the innate true water, but now, he sent it out again, through the 7 stars great array and the innate true water to cover the sword pouch. He wanted to use the sword pouch to destroy the 7 stars great array. Hee. The corners of Xiao Hua's mouth curled into a smile as he took out the soul-absorbing bell and the toad. His soul thread swayed, and with a loud dang, the ice-cold divine sense abruptly withdrew as if it was bitten by a venomous snake. Xiao Hua seized the opportunity to pursue and strike the bell twice more. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, the divine sense retracted, but the brilliance of the seal of Turning the Sea became even more brilliant. In fact, as the sealing power of the seal of Turning the Sea increased, the 7 stars great array faintly showed signs of losing control. Roar! Suddenly, there was a loud rumble. The innate true water was knocked dozens of meters away by the seal of Turning the Sea. The entire 7 stars great array also lost control in an instant. The seal of Turning the Sea gained its freedom and circled in the air for a bit before flying off into the distance. Not good. Seeing that the seal of Turning the Sea was about to leave and that Ji Ye's voice didn't come, Xiao Hua immediately understood. Ji Ye's primordial spirit had most likely disappeared. Although he said there was still some time, it was only because of his powerful attack and the use of the soul armament that it collapsed a step earlier. And that last attack just now should be Ji Ye's final move. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Hua flew up and slapped his hand, taking out the giant hand talisman. Under the urging of his magic power, the magic power around Xiao Hua's body was instantly sucked into the talisman. Wang, with a loud rumble, a giant hand of several meters in size appeared in the air. And the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 meters of the area also swarmed over and fused into the giant hand. You can stay here. Xiaohua formed a hand seal. The giant hand scooped up in the air and a powerful force firmly covered the seal of turning the sea. The seal of turning the sea that originally flew dozens of meters away was like an eagle spreading its wings. Although it let out a buzzing sound, it still couldn't move even half a foot. Immediately, Xiaohua urged the giant hand. That giant hand slowly closed, wanting to grab the seal of turning the sea. Wu, the seal of turning the sea suddenly shrank and rushed towards the giant hand. With a loud rumble, the seal of turning the sea actually smashed into the giant hand. Not good. Xiaohua said to himself. The giant hand talisman was originally damaged. How could it withstand the full power of the seal of turning the sea? However, Xiaohua didn't panic. He urged the innate true water to quickly wrap around the giant hand. The 7 stars great formation also rushed outside the innate true water. With another loud rumble, the seal of turning the sea indeed broke free from the giant hand's control. Following that, the giant hand turned into another talisman and floated down, while the seal of turning the sea itself rushed into the innate true water. This young master wants to see where you can run. Seeing that the seal of turning the sea that had fallen into the innate true water no longer had its previous radiance and that the space it opened was getting smaller and smaller, Xiaohua laughed loudly. But then, a kind of sadness emerged in his heart. Ji Yi was like a spring flower in autumn. In order to pursue the peak of cultivation, he burned his life away at the last moment of the battle. He seemed to be untimely, but it also seemed to be a matter of course. Admittedly, he got what he wanted, but Ji Yi wasn't the first to have this kind of pursuit, and he definitely wouldn't be the last. Perhaps there would never be the last. The path of cultivation was long and endless. Who didn't seek it in loneliness? This kind of opponent was worthy of respect and was hard to meet, but at the same time, he could also be kept in his heart. Xiaohua's heart was filled with sorrow. He waved his hands, and countless thick heavenly lightning fell from the sky and landed on the seal of turning the sea. It was as if only this kind of sacred heavenly lightning could represent Xiaohua's respect for Ji Yi. Sure enough, following the baptism of the heavenly lightning, the seal of turning the sea's radiance became smaller and smaller. Even the fine lines and talismans on it could be seen clearly. Old Master Ji. Xiaohua stared at the seal of turning the sea and said in a low voice, although you are arrogant and think that this kid's cultivation is only at the late gold core stage, you are still wrong. You are only at the 2nd or 3rd stage of the illusory sword realm. With your cultivation, although you can make the seal of turning the sea display its power, and even challenge the limit of the seal of turning the sea in the end, the seal of turning the sea that you have turned into is still not this kid's match. Of course, now that you have turned into a tool, this seal of turning the sea will be this kid's magic treasure in the future. This kid will definitely make this seal of turning the sea proud and truly suppress the 4 seas. Immediately after, Xiaohua put away the true water. The Buddha's Sarira chanted incantations, wanting to transcend Ji Yi. Who would have thought that Ji Ye's soul wasn't here at all? This seems to be similar to the situation with the 12 flying swords. Xiaohua was slightly surprised. At the same time that he put away the Buddha's Sarira, he called out Goldie. He let Goldie watch at the side. After waiting for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the radiance on the seal of turning the sea completely disappeared. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to fly into the great array and release his divine sense. He spat a mouthful of essence blood on the seal of turning the sea and began to refine it according to the method of refining the cloud-suppressing seal. Following Xiaohua's refining, the seal of turning the sea began to flicker. The dragon body that was coiling around the seal also began to move. Chapter 25:12. After the yellow light flickered and flickered several times, a strand of divine sense rushed into Xiaohua's mind from the seal of turning sea. Oh! Xiao Hua was startled. He was about to activate God guidance, but he sensed that this was a weak remnant thought. He hurriedly wrapped it with his divine sense, and the information inside was projected into Xiao Hua's mind. This is the surprise old Master Ji was talking about? After a while, Xiao Hua frowned, and his expression was indescribable. Return, Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and the seal of turning sea slowly shrunk, turning into a palm-sized seal and falling into his hand. Looking at this intact magic treasure, Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. This seemed to be the first intact magic treasure he had obtained. Unfortunately, today's movement was too big. Tens of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators witnessed it. Won't this young master's heroic appearance spread throughout Sky Patrol City in the future? This seal of turning sea can't be used. Xiao Hua thought smugly. Then, Xiao Hua suddenly exclaimed, "Loss, loss. Old Master Ji, where's your storage pouch? Why didn't I see it?" Ji turned into a tool, and all his things disappeared. Where did his storage pouch go? Could it be that he didn't bring it when he came out? Thinking about it, Xiao Hua really couldn't be sure whether he saw Ji Ye's storage pouch or not. Forget it. Presumably, the old man knew that he didn't have much time left, so he left everything to his disciples and grand-disciples. Xiao Hua put away the seal of turning sea, the sword pouch and 7 flying swords, and jumped into the sky, flying towards the 7 Extremes Ridge. When he arrived at the battlefield, Xiao Hua still turned into Wu Ming, and the cultivators all cheered when they saw Xiao Hua return. And Ruo Si looked like a funeral. Can Sheng was naturally the first to come up, and he bowed. Can Sheng of Canlei Palace greets Senior Martial Brother Wu Ming. May I know which disciple's master is Senior Martial Brother Wu Ming? Xiao Hua looked at him and waved his hand. Don't ask who I am, I'm just passing by. You wouldn't know who my disciple is even if I told you. Yes, this disciple knows. Can Sheng didn't dare to say more. Many thanks to Senior Brother Nameless for saving my life. Ming Yu's eyes glowed as she bowed. When did I save your life? Xiao Hua blinked his eyes, not understanding. It seems that I saved my own wife, right? However, Xiao Hua still waved his hand. No need, no need. This old man is just passing by. You can continue. Dare I ask, Senior? Ruo Si didn't dare to step forward. She bowed and asked, Senior Apprentice Brother Ji Yi, this old man has returned. Where do you think Ji Yi went? Xiao Hua didn't answer. Instead, he said, although some people have gone, they still live in this world. Just like some people who didn't go, they might not live in this world. Ruo Si was confused, but she understood Ji Ye's fate. Thinking about Ji Yi and Yunbai, she couldn't help but feel sad. Senior Martial Brother, we've already come to an agreement. Now that Senior Brother has returned, I hope that Senior Brother can make the decision. Should we let the sword cultivators of the 7 Extremes Ridge leave? Can Sheng cupped his hands and asked. Let's do as you've already agreed. Xiao Hua waved his hand. He knew that if he didn't agree, there would definitely be tens of thousands of lives buried here. Thinking about Ji Yi, perhaps not every sword cultivator was so warlike, murderous, and ferocious. Many thanks, Senior. Ruo Si's heart sank, then she hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Forget it. You kill me, I kill you. When will it end? Xiao Hua waved his hand and flew into the sky. He flicked his sleeves and said, Oh, right. Just pretend I didn't say anything. You can continue. Senior, suddenly, Guyu jumped out from beside Li Chun and shouted. Oh. Xiao Hua was startled. From now on, Junior will withdraw from the war and won't stain anyone's blood. Guyu shouted. It can't be. If someone wants to kill you, you won't fight back. Xiao Hua naturally recognized Guyu. Seeing that she was talking to him so seriously, he couldn't help but laugh. Of course Junior can't not fight back. Guyu's face was somewhat red. Alright, you can do whatever you want. Just pretend this old man didn't come here. Xiao Hua said, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. When he saw the faintly discernible laughter in Fairy Hongxia's eyes, he was startled. Damn it. Like I said, I can't hide it from my wife. I had better hurry up and leave. After being disturbed by Guyu, this girl, I really can't explain it clearly. Senior brother, where are you going? Can Shing hurriedly shouted. Nonsense, naturally I'm going to the place I want to go. Xiao Hua didn't answer at all. He only muttered in his stomach. Lightning flashed around his body again, and he rushed out with lightning. Seeing this, senior brother of his with incomparable magical power leave with lightning majestically, Kenshin still scratched his head. Which senior brother of Heavenly Thunder Palace is this? How come I don't have any impression of him? Fairy Hongxia was actually like Xiao Hua thought. She looked up and down at Guyu who was standing in the sky far away, somewhat pensive. Xiao Hua came, the battle situation of Seven Extremes Ridge changed. Xiao Hua left, the victory of Seven Extremes Ridge was also set. Imperial Thunder Sect and Huanhua Sect originally came to spy on the strength of the sword cultivators in Seven Extremes Ridge. They didn't expect to take down Seven Extremes Ridge in one fell swoop. It was imaginable that they were wild with joy. However, it wasn't known whether this battle had the same purpose as the meeting in Sky Patrol City. Of course, this was not something Xiao Hua could know. During this period, other streams converged, and finally formed a river that was dozens of feet long. This river meandered through the rugged valley. Ice fragments flowed down from the valley and the cold in the valley. Large amounts of ice flowed in the river, and thus, Flowing Ice Valley became famous. The river in Flowing Ice Valley still flowed into Shi and even into Lian. As for whether it flowed into Guihe Sea or not, Xiao Hua did not know. However, when he saw the turbulent river in the valley, he could not help but sigh at the magnificence of the heavenly Tao. The snowy plateau is extremely cold. All the flowing water has turned into ice. Even if it can flow, it is still under the ice. Here, the mountain range is at least 1,000 miles. The cold wind cannot directly blow in. Because the temperature in Flowing Ice Valley is higher, the river does not need to be completely frozen. This is why it can become a river of ice. If I did not see it with my own eyes, how could I believe that this extremely cold plateau has such a wondrous scene? Seeing the turbulent river in Flowing Ice Valley, almost comparable to the cold river of Tianmen Mountain, Xiao Hua could not help but sigh with emotion. Immediately after, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense and scanned the area within 100 miles. He did not see any trace of Li Zongbao's group, so he used the bright thunder escape to fly towards the depths of Flowing Ice Valley. He also took out his token to constantly check the situation inside. After flying for another hour, he saw that he had reached the depths of Flowing Ice Valley. The temperature was a bit warmer, and the ice in the river had decreased. Moreover, the river path was even more steep. The river water rumbled, but there was still no trace of Li Zongbao's group. Even though one of the swordsman's flying sword had already pierced the chest of a Cool Breeze Valley cultivator, he still put away his flying sword and flew in the direction of the old swordsman in a group of 3. The 3 of them didn't fly very fast, and each group maintained a certain distance from each other. In fact, the last group even waited for the swordsman whose flying sword Xiao Hua put away in midair. Tsk tisk. If Xiao Hua had chased after them, he would naturally have been able to easily kill them all. However, looking at these swordsmen who were merely 6th-stage swordsmen, Xiao Hua stood with his hands clasped behind his back and inwardly nodded. Not bad, they really do have a fighting style. Cultivators like us can't compare to them. Seeing that Xiao Hua actually didn't chase after them, not only were the anxious swordsmen puzzled, even the Cool Breeze Valley disciples who flew over to express their thanks were also puzzled. After greeting and expressing their thanks, a slightly older Cool Breeze Valley disciple smiled apologetically and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, these sword cultivators have killed many of my Cool Breeze Valley's disciples. We hate ourselves for not having the ability to kill enemies, Senior Marshal Brother Lu." Xiaohua hastily waved his hand and said, "It's not that little brother doesn't want to kill them. You also saw that little brother only relied on a secret technique, but this thing consumes a lot of transcendence energy, and it's only pleasing to the eye but useless. If they see a flaw, little brother's life won't be guaranteed. In addition, little brother still has to look for senior martial brother Li Zongbao, so I can't waste any more time." "Right, where is the battlefield in Flowing Ice Valley? Which fellow Daoist is willing to take little brother there?" Well, hearing that Xiaohua wanted someone to take him to the battlefield in Flowing Ice Valley, these disciples shrunk their necks one by one and no longer made a sound. It seems that these Cool Breeze Valley disciples escaped from the battlefield in Flowing Ice Valley, right? Xiaohua muttered to himself. Thinking about how the sword cultivators retreated in an orderly manner just now, he was slightly anxious in his heart. The difference was really too big. If it weren't for his powerful transcendence energy, he definitely wouldn't dare to go there. "Fellow Taoists, you only need to tell little brother the direction and location." Xiaohua hastily changed his words again. "There's a problem with the communication token between little brother and senior martial brother Li Zongbao." "Alright, junior martial brother Xiao knows," the old disciple hastily smiled apologetically again. "It's not that we can't go, don't say any more." Xiaohua hastily waved his hand. "Little brother understands in his heart that there's a choice between life and death. This is my nature. Senior martial brother knows, just tell me the location. You can either wait again or go straight to the Sky Patrol City. Little brother hasn't seen anyone today." "Yes, I understand." The disciple's face was obviously relieved. He hastily told Xiaohua the location, and Xiaohua didn't say anything else. His figure floated up and flew towards the location that the disciple said. As for where these Cool Breeze Valley disciples would go, it wasn't Xiaohua's concern. He kept flying north for more than 40 miles, and he saw a mountain peak standing in the middle of the river like a mainstay. All the flowing ice that rushed to this place was blocked by this mountain peak and shattered. Then, the river water was divided into two halves. One half was slightly cool and slightly oval, while the other half was slightly turbid and slightly wavy. Xiaohua flew to the turbid area, and with a sweep of his divine sense, his hands formed a water-repelling seal, and his figure rushed straight into the river water. He plunged straight into the river water for more than 10 feet, and he saw that there were more than 10 holes in the mountain peak. Xiaohua picked one up and rushed into it. Naturally, there was river water in the cave, but the cave was very long. After flying along the cave for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, his eyes suddenly opened up. The river water had disappeared, and what appeared in front of Xiaohua was an endless karst cave. Hiss! Xiaohua stood in the air, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The karst cave was filled with the smell of blood, and the ground was covered with corpses. The stone walls, the ground, and everywhere else were covered in dirty blood. However, when Xiaohua released his divine sense and Buddhist sense, he found that they were limited by the special stone walls of this place, and couldn't go very far. AI. This flowing ice valley is so difficult to enter, and it's really a case of one man holding back 10,000 men. The cultivators of my Dao sect were able to enter, and they suffered heavy casualties. Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out the yang leaf fan, and flew in after finding a direction. It seemed that the battle in Flowing Ice Valley had come to an end. Although there were some swordsmen and cultivators who survived, Xiaohua didn't care. He passed through one karst cave after another, and flew towards the innermost part of the spirit stone vein. After the time it took to eat a meal, and who knew how many corpses he had seen, Xiaohua was somewhat impatient. At this moment, the token in his hands suddenly moved. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He immersed his divine sense in to take a look, and his figure immediately turned left, and flew towards a dark karst cave. Sure enough, just as he turned a few corners, he heard a rumbling sound of thunder in front of him, and the faint sound of collision. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he used the Devil Realm's concealment technique, and quietly rushed in. He saw that this was an incomparably huge underground karst cave, and this karst cave was connected to one another. It was probably tens of li in size, and there were many stalactites hanging from the stone walls above his head, and they were actually tens of zhang high. Looking at his feet, there were also some large and small stalactites, and they flickered with a strange brilliance. This space was so big, so wide, and he didn't know how deep he was in Flowing Ice Valley. Damn it, if it weren't for those few Cool Breeze Valley disciples, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find this place in my lifetime. Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense, and he had already seen that there were tens of thousands of cultivators fighting in this underground karst cave, and it wasn't too difficult to find Li Zongbao. Chapter 25:14. Sure enough, Xiaohua flew to the highest point of the cliff. Just as he flew a few miles, he heard a familiar voice shouting, "Don't go, eat my whip." Damn it. Xiaohua swept with his Buddhist awareness and immediately recognized Li Zongbao, who was holding the piercing Immortal whip in his hand. That dazzling yellow piercing Immortal whip streaked across the sky like a golden dragon and rushed into the flying sword of a drawing swordsman. However, Xiaohua saw that the shadow of the piercing Immortal whip was abnormally clear and there was only one shadow. He knew that Li Zongbao's magic power should be almost exhausted. Just as he expected, Li Zongbao's opponent was a tall and fat middle-aged swordsman. Just his figure alone was 2 times bigger than Li Zongbao. Seeing the piercing Immortal whip coming, the fat swordsman's face showed disdain. The sword in his hand changed slightly. The shadow of the sword changed instantly and turned into a huge solid ice, blocking the piercing Immortal whip. Poof! The piercing Immortal whip rushed into the solid ice, shattering the sword light in the middle. Moreover, as Li Zongbao formed another seal, the piercing Immortal whip violently swung, as if it wanted to crush the shadow of the sword. Who would have thought that the solid ice would also let out a sword cry at the same time? All the sword lights were like flowing ice in Flowing Ice Valley, wrapping around the piercing Immortal whip in an instant. The sword lights pierced into the shadow of the whip and the yellow brilliance drilled in. Explode! Li Zongbao's face flashed with a trace of redness. The seal in his hand changed again. The brilliance of the piercing Immortal whip brightened, and all the brilliance seemed to leave the body. Following Li Zongbao's shout, it suddenly exploded. With a loud rumbling sound, all the sword lights turned into fireflies and scattered in all directions. The middle-aged swordsman's body shook violently. Obviously, his flying sword was damaged and he was seriously injured. However, he still gritted his teeth and formed another seal with all his might, wanting to take back his flying sword, but at this moment, a huge halo suddenly fell from the sky and wrapped around the swordsman's waist. The swordsman was shocked. He hurriedly jumped up and lowered his head. The small life sword in his mouth pierced towards the halo. However, he was still too slow. He saw a sawtooth shape suddenly appear on the circle of light. It spun rapidly and shrank rapidly. Before the swordsman's intrinsic sword could fly out, it immediately sliced the swordsman in half. The sword light on the swordsman's body flickered rapidly before he lost his life. Immediately after, a black shadow rushed over from a corner not far away and grabbed the swordsman's storage pouch. At the same time, the broken flying sword was also put into the storage pouch. Who else could it be but Xiao Mao? Xiao Mao was the one who had deftly turned the light ring into a universe ring. Xiao Mao stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers at Li Zongbao. Once again, he slipped into the darkness like a cat. At the same time, he activated the invisibility talisman and his entire body disappeared. Li Zongbao's expression did not change. He turned a deaf ear to Xiao Mao's signal. With a wave of his hand, the immortal piercing whip that had lost its luster fell into his hand. He reached into his storage pouch and took out a jade bottle. Without even looking, he poured out a few elixirs and swallowed them. After waiting for a while, Li Zongbao's face gradually returned to normal. He raised his eyes and looked around. There were no swordsmen within 100 feet of him. The closest ones were 2 disciples of the Middle Foundation establishment stage and 2 disciples of the 3rd grade. Although it was a bit difficult, it was not dangerous. Sigh. Li Zongbao sighed inexplicably. Although he could still use his divine thoughts, he could not help but turn his head and look at the entrance of the karst cave. However, there was still a lot of fighting at the entrance of the karst cave. Hundreds of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators blocked Li Zongbao's line of sight, making it impossible for him to see if that person was at the entrance of the karst cave. This kind of helplessness made him feel even more helpless. Li Zongbao originally thought that as the number one person below the golden core stage, he would be like a fish in water in this battle of Dao cultivators. However, the cruelty of reality taught him a lesson. An individual's cultivation would always be insignificant on this battlefield where thousands or even tens of thousands of people were involved in a battle. Unless this person's cultivator could control this battle. Could Li Zongbao's cultivation do it? Obviously, he could not. Against a 6th grade swordsman, Li Zongbao could easily kill him with disdain. Li Zongbao would be able to kill 10 swordsmen who were at the 6th grade of unsheathed swords. But against 100? Not to mention 100, even against 26th grade swordsmen, Li Zongbao knew that he would not be able to win easily. Even if he could perish together with them, it would be good enough. Thinking back to the day when he mocked those cultivators who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, Li Zongbao could not help but laugh bitterly. Those cultivators did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but they also knew the importance of teamwork. Hundreds of them attacked together, but he was alone. With the permission of the meeting hall, he was abnormally arrogant and wanted to kill Qin Jian. How could he kill Qin Jian? That was an illusory swordsman. Furthermore, all the cultivators did not know whether Qin Jian was a 2nd grade or 3rd grade illusory swordsman. Furthermore, none of the cultivators who saw Qin Jian returned alive. It seemed that the one who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth should be him. If it was before coming to Flowing Ice Valley, Li Zongbao was still a little disdainful of swordsmen. He felt that they were just SOSO, and he had killed many of them. However, after fighting with the swordsmen of Flowing Ice Valley for half a day, Li Zongbao realized that the swordsmen of Flowing Ice Valley were very different from the ones he had met before. Not only were they very experienced in fighting, but their methods were also very ruthless. They often had some unexpected methods that made Li Zongbao tremble in fear. Thinking back to the day when he came to help the ambushed disciples of the Utopia faction, and then thinking back to the dozens of sword cultivators he had killed in the past half a day, Li Zongbao's heart was a little red. Among the dozens of sword cultivators, only 4 or 5 of them were killed by Li Zongbao alone. In the end, he was besieged by 3 6th grade swordsmen. If it wasn't for Xiao Mao's help, risking his life to surprise and kill 1 swordsman, how could he have taken advantage of the chaos to kill 2 swordsmen? Xiao Mao also suffered some internal injuries because of this. He had a private discussion with him and asked him to challenge the swordsman while Xiao Mao secretly killed them. Normally, Li Zongbao would have rejected without hesitation. He had no intention of cooperating with Xiao Mao, who was only in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. But today, he could only nod his head. So much so that he understood in his heart that Xiao Mao was actually taking care of him. However, he did not see anyone coming from the karst cave. Li Zongbao turned his head sadly. At this moment, a voice floated down from above his head. Huh? Senior brother Li, you dropped something? Bullshit, you're the one who dropped something. Li Zongbao's eyes burned, and he scolded in an extremely rare manner. Xiao Hua's figure in front of him fell down along with his voice. Hee, Xiao Hua smiled faintly and gestured towards the place where Xiao Mao was hiding. Come here. Big brother. Xiao Mao cried out in pleasant surprise. He appeared from the side of a stalactite and was about to rush over. Careful. Li Zongbao said anxiously. At this moment, not far from Xiao Mao, a 3rd grade swordsman had just killed a Cool Breeze Valley cultivator and was looking for an opponent. Seeing Xiao Mao appear, he pointed his finger without hesitation. A stream of light pierced towards Xiao Mao's back at lightning speed. Humph. Xiao Hua sneered. That swordsman cried out, covered his head with both hands, and fell to the ground. Xiao Mao naturally dodged the flying sword very easily and killed that swordsman. Then, he naturally picked up the storage bag and flew over. Oh. Senior brotherly. What happened to you? Xiao Hua suddenly turned his head and glanced at Li Zongbao, whose expression was not right. No. Nothing. Li Zongbao's face gradually turned cold. Just now, there was some backlash from my mental cultivation method. Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he did not dare to ask more. Big brother, why did you only come now? Xiao Mao did not suffer any backlash from his mental cultivation method and asked happily. This is already fast enough. Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Do you know how far 7 Extremes Ridge is from here? I don't know. Xiao Mao answered honestly. How's 7 Extremes Ridge? Li Zongbao's tone was already indifferent. How's your Imperial Thunder Sect situation? I haven't arrived yet, but I heard that a Golden Core Master went over and killed a 3rd-grade illusory sword cultivator from 7 Extremes Ridge. The sword cultivators of 7 Extremes Ridge have all retreated from 7 Extremes Ridge. Xiao Hua said with a smile. So it's like that. Li Zongbao nodded slightly. Chapter 25:16. After expressing his gratitude, the apprentice of the Utopia faction flew to the swordsman and took his storage bag. Then, he took out his own elixir and swallowed it. Then, he stood in the air and adjusted his breath slightly. Seeing that the disciple of the utmost happiness faction took the storage bag, Xiao Hua curled his lips and raised his eyebrows somewhat helplessly. He muttered, although a fly is small, it's still meat. The second opponent of Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao's group of 3 was a 6th-grade swordsman who had just killed another cultivator. Seeing the 3 of them flying over, he laughed nastily and was about to activate his flying sword. At the same time, the swordsman felt a stinging pain in his head. However, the swordsman suddenly came to his senses and immediately activated his secret technique to resist Xiao Hua's soul stab. Go to hell. Xiao Hua activated his yang leaf fan and a fire dragon rushed over, wanting to surround the swordsman. The swordsman naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured without a fight. He activated his sword light and rushed toward the fire dragon. However, Xiao Hua's fire dragon was too powerful. The fire passed through the sword light and almost burned the swordsman's body. The swordsman was alarmed and was about to activate his sword energy to extinguish the fire again when he saw a piercing immortal whip and a magic whip attacking from the left and right at the same time. The swordsman only had time to block the piercing immortal whip before the magic whip pierced his throat. When the swordsman fell in mid-air, Xiao Mao very nimbly rushed over and grabbed the storage bag in one hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, the flying sword that fell in mid-air also flew up. Ha ha ha. As expected of the surname Xiao. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. The actions of Xiao Hua and the other 2 were immediately seen by several swordsmen. They looked at each other and activated their magic weapons together to fly toward the 3 of them. The swordsmen were all 5th grade and 6th grade swords. Their flying swords were extremely sharp and the sword light was also of various colors and shapes. Some condensed into thin thorns, some condensed into raindrops. There was even a swordsman whose flying sword turned into the thickness of a pillar and stabbed toward the 3 of them from several directions. Li Zongbao took a deep breath as usual and was about to wave the piercing immortal whip again. At this time, Xiao Hua laughed in his ear and said, Senior brotherly, don't be anxious. Immediately, Xiao Hua raised his hand and several inconspicuous yellow talismans flew out. Big brother, are you sure? Even though Xiao Mao had great trust in Xiao Hua, when he saw that Xiao Hua actually used a yellow talisman to defend against the enemy, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, seeing the numerous yellow talismans gradually transform into a ball of fire, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred feet actually surged into the ball of fire like a hurricane, and an indescribably terrifying aura was emitted from the ball of fire. Not to mention Xiao Mao, even the swordsmen were greatly shocked. Fortunately, one of the swordsmen came to his senses quickly and shouted, "Let's go." As he spoke, he was about to activate the flying sword that had already pierced into the fireball in preparation to escape. Rumble. No one had ever seen such a huge fireball talisman before. Like a blazing sun, it exploded beside several swordsmen. An incomparably hot flame rushed towards Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao, and the two of them were pushed back more than 10 feet by this flame. After the flame subsided, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao looked at the place where they were just now. The previously arrogant flying swords had already been blown away, even if they were scattered in the distant stone wall. At this time, they could see that the quality of each flying sword was different. Some had many cracks, some had no brilliance, and the most miserable one had already been broken in two. Looking at the several valiant and high-spirited swordsmen, they were now blown to a corner of the karst cave. The sword light on their bodies was slightly swaying, and their faces were pale from the lingering fear and the serious injuries of their primordial spirits. Kill! Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao shouted in unison, and each of them flew towards a swordsman. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took advantage of the eruption of fire spiritual energy from the fire talisman. A fire dragon rushed towards a cultivator, and he himself rushed towards another injured cultivator with the wishful steel staff in his hand. The sound of these fire talismans hidden under the yellow talismans was really loud. The residual sound of the explosion was like thunder rolling in the karst cave. The swordsmen and cultivators in the karst cave couldn't ignore it even if they didn't want to. When they saw Li Zongbao whipping a 5th-grade swordsman until his skin and flesh split open, Xiao Mao throwing the universe ring and smashing a 6th-grade swordsman's brain, and that thin and tall Xiao Hua, who they had never seen before, smashing a 5th-grade swordsman's chest with his club. Furthermore, beside these 3 swordsmen, there was another swordsman who was screaming from being burned. No matter how hard they tried, the sword light on his body was unable to block the bone-like flames. How could they not be astonished? The cultivators of the Utopia faction, Taibai faction, and Cool Breeze Valley were all in high spirits, and many sword cultivators were extremely angry. They all wanted to get away and kill these 3 extremely cruel cultivators. Of course, they each had their own opponents, and only the swordsmen near Xiao Hua and the others could be mobilized to besiege them. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao didn't have the slightest ripple on their faces when they saw close to 10 swordsmen surrounding them. Xiao Hua's methods were really too many. Not to mention other things, just this fire talisman alone was the first time they'd seen it, and its power was so great, so what if a few more came? Unfortunately, the fire talisman was Xiao Hua's secret item. He took out a few just now just to test its power. There were so many cultivators and swordsmen here, if Xiao Hua used too many, he would definitely be exposed. So Xiao Hua, who was hiding behind Li Zongbao, took out the soul-absorbing bell again. With a loud clang, only 2 of the 10 swordsmen swayed. They tried their best to resist for a moment, but they still fell from midair. The remaining 8 swordsmen's sword light flickered faintly. Although each of them had astonishment on their faces, they all resisted the soul-absorbing bell's soul-absorbing technique. Damn it, this thing is getting more and more useless. Xiao Hua was very helpless. He put the soul-absorbing bell and the toad into his space. With a touch of his hand, he took out the yang leaf fan. The 8 swordsmen urged their sword light, but they were somewhat hesitant. After all, their opponent actually had a soul tool. They had experience fighting soul cultivators, and they were afraid that Xiao Hua would have some soul technique that they couldn't guard against or some inexplicable fire talisman like before. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was delighted. He hurriedly transmitted a few words to Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao nodded expressionlessly. The immortal piercing whip in his hand shone with a yellow brilliance, and a row of whip shadows smashed towards the 3 swordsmen in front of him. Xiao Mao was somewhat hesitant, but he still obediently urged the universe ring in midair to trap the 2 swordsmen in front of him. Xiao Hua's figure swayed, and he actually rushed to the front for the first time. With a wave of his left hand, he still used the universe ring in the sleeve, and the yang leaf fan in his right hand flashed again, courting death. The two swordsmen in front of Xiao Hua were 6th grade swordsmen. Seeing Xiao Hua recklessly challenge them first, they both sneered. One of their sword light flashed, and in a flash, it split into 3 and stabbed towards Xiao Hua in a shape. The other swordsman's figure flew up, and both of his legs kicked out. Sword light actually burst out from this swordsman's legs, setting off a whirlwind that rushed towards Xiao Hua's fire dragon. Seeing the 3 sword lights fall into Xiao Hua's sleeve, the swordsman only laughed nastily. Explode. The 3 sword lights collided with each other, and like fireworks in the sky, countless tiny sword lights streaked across the sky, blooming like dandelions. In the eyes of that swordsman, he seemed to have seen the sword lights pass through Xiao Hua's arm, pass through his Daoist robe, and even pass through his body. However, reality was always crueler than fantasy. He saw Xiao Hua's Daoist robe cover, and a powerful force was born, enveloping an area of a few feet. An inexplicable imprisoning force came from the space, and in an instant, that swordsman lost contact with his flying sword. That swordsman's face turned ashen. Although he didn't know why this imprisoning force was so strong, he had an intuition in his heart that this imprisoning force seemed to be different from the ordinary ones. Seeing Xiao Hua wave his arm and easily catch the flying sword that he was so proud of, as if he was pinching a firefly, the swordsman's figure didn't hesitate. He immediately turned around and fled, wanting to escape as far as he could before his primordial spirit was damaged. Huh! Xiao Hua saw that this swordsman was actually so decisive, and was also slightly surprised. This kind of swordsman who could pick up and let go was rarely seen before. Which one of them didn't stubbornly pester and hope for a fluke? In the next moment, Xiao Hua didn't crush any sword light, and directly put it into the space. What kind of flying sword could be exchanged for how many spirit stones? Xiao Hua probably knew better than anyone else. He wasn't willing to waste it. Of Xiao Hua's 2 opponents, one ran away as soon as they met face to face. The other one wanted to run, but he was relatively unlucky and was trapped by Xiao Hua's yang leaf fan. That fire dragon not only entangled his flying sword, but also turned into a wall of fire that surrounded him all around. The hot flames on the fire dragon gradually swallowed the sword light, causing him to constantly urge his sword origin to resist. Seeing Xiao Hua turn his head to look at him, that swordsman's heart was hoodwinked, and he actually somewhat trembled. Who would have thought that Xiao Hua only glanced at him, and his figure suddenly flew to the side. The yang leaf fan in his hand disappeared, and a pitch-black stick appeared. He raised his head and struck at one of Xiao Mao's opponents. Huh! Although Xiao Hua's wind escape technique was only at the elementary level, it was extremely flexible in this karst cave. In the blink of an eye, he floated to the side of the swordsman. The swordsman was urging his sword light to deal with Xiao Mao, and was quite caught off guard. He couldn't help but be surprised. He opened his mouth, and his small life source sword drew a sword mark, stabbing towards Xiao Hua's face. The sharp sound of the wind on the tip of the sword seemed to cut the air. However, when the head of the wishful steel staff strangely fell and hit the small sword with great precision, the strength of the wishful steel staff was like the tongue of a poisonous snake, causing the swordsman's heart to tremble. He couldn't care less about the flying sword that was stabbing towards Xiao Mao, and hurriedly urged his small life source sword. Of course, he was also too late. Kill. We are all cultivators of the Dao faction. Follow Senior Li Zongbao and kill the enemy. Xiao Mao took the opportunity to shout as well. He held the whip in one hand and the heaven and earth ring in the other as he stood side by side with Li Zongbao. Naturally, Xiao Hua didn't say anything and quietly followed behind them. Kill. I'm familiar with Senior Li Zongbao. Even if I die here today, I can explain to Master. If I run away, I can't bear to part with my junior sisters of the Utopia faction. A short, wretched old man with triangular eyes and a goatee chuckled. He pounced forward and held up a magic weapon that looked like a pipe in his hand. Not bad, not bad. Another tall, middle-aged male cultivator clapped his hand and a sparkling flying sword appeared in his hand. He smiled and said, "My dual cultivation partner is still waiting for my news in the Changbai sect. If she hears that I'm a deserter, what will she think? This Shuo would rather die here and break her heart than let her look down on this Shuo. Let's go, let's go. I also want to compete with the swordsman in terms of flying swords." An old male cultivator held a black iron sword in his eagle claw-like hand. He actually called himself Young Master and chased after them. Immediately, nearly 40 cultivators followed Li Zongbao and the other two and charged into the battlefield again. They charged towards the front where blood and death were intertwined. The other 60 disciples were mostly disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley and the Changbai sect. They hesitated for a moment and looked at each other. Another 40 disciples waved their hands and charged in bravely. They caught up with Li Zongbao and the others and looked at the last 20 disciples. Their eyes were full of unwillingness. At this moment, a Cool Breeze Valley cultivator with a face as white as jade whispered, "Do you all remember the purpose of coming to the Flowing Ice Valley this time?" When the other disciples heard this, their faces were filled with ecstasy. A female cultivator with a large scar on her forehead said hurriedly, "Yes, yes, we came to the Flowing Ice Valley to spy on the strength of the swordsman. We didn't have to attack the Flowing Ice Valley. Li Zongbao is not part of our team this time." The white-faced cultivator said coldly, "His cultivation is high and he can freely enter and exit the Flowing Ice Valley, but we can't. Moreover, he is fond of grandiose achievements. In order to become the strongest person below the Golden Core stage, he likes to kill sword cultivators. His purpose is different from ours today." Yes, Li Zongbao doesn't know the purpose of this place at all. He only joined later. The female cultivator said hurriedly, "We will return to the Sky Patrol City and report the strength of the sword cultivators in the Flowing Ice Valley to the conference hall. Then, we will have completed this mission. In addition, we can find other helpers on the way. Let's go." Before the female cultivator finished speaking, another male cultivator suddenly flew out of the karst cave and said coldly, "I'm here to contribute to my Dao sect, not to sacrifice my life for Li Zongbao's reputation. I only listen to the orders of the conference hall. Li Zongbao is not our leader, I have no reason to listen to him." Then, the 20 people did not say anything else and flew away with a clear conscience. Of course, whether they could fly out of the Flowing Ice Valley, whether they could fly back to the Sky Patrol City, and whether they could complete their mission as they said, no one would know. Xiao Hua did not pay attention to this place at all. Everyone had their own fate and each person had their own choice. Just like the Cool Breeze Valley cultivator he met earlier, Xiao Hua did not care at all. His attention was now on the swordsman in front of him. There were many swordsmen in the karst cave, there were definitely more than 10,000 of them. Xiao Hua and the other two were like a drop in the ocean. Even with the dozens of people who came with them, they were far from being a threat to them. What Xiao Hua wanted to do was to kill the enemies as soon as possible and instill fear in the hearts of these swordsmen. Just like his fierce reputation of the terrifying phoenix, the swordsman would retreat without a fight. In just a few breaths, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao encountered swordsmen in front of them. Just like before, Xiao Hua secretly attacked. After the sneak attack was successful, Li Zongbao would attack. If they encountered a difficult opponent, Li Zongbao would activate his magic power, or Xiao Hua would attack forcefully. Xiao Mao's magic power was slightly weaker, so he only dealt with opponents that he was confident in. The outstanding performance of these three people naturally made the dozens of people who followed them excited. They also lined up behind the three of them, forming a sharp knife shape, and stabbed towards the tens of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators who were entangled. Xiao Hua hid behind Li Zongbao. Seeing that the morale of the crowd was high, he was also happy. When he saw other cultivators fighting against the swordsmen, he also used the soul stab from time to time. Most of the time, it was successful. However, these cultivators did not know that it was Xiao Hua's credit. They all cast grateful gazes towards Li Zongbao. Gradually, more and more cultivators and swordsmen noticed the situation on this side. Almost all the places where Xiao Hua and the others passed by, the swordsmen were killed by them together, and the cultivators also merged into their torrent. Just like the river water of flowing ice valley, Xiao Hua and the others were the drop of snow water of Shui Mountain. Gradually, as they flowed through the ice field, more and more snow water mixed in, and this snow water became more and more, and also became a trickling stream. And the drop of snow water in front of this stream was incomparably hot, incomparably red, and all the coldness and ice layers could not block its sharpness. All the ice turned into flowing water under its magic power. Therefore, this stream became even bigger, and many little drops made an ocean, and it actually became a torrent. Of course, Xiao Hua was enduring silently. Of course, Xiao Mao's cultivation was relatively shallow. Of course, Li Zongbao's glory was unparalleled for a time. However, at this time, no one would treat Li Zongbao as a person, and no one would ignore Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao. This was because the three of them were a small team, and Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao had been fighting together from beginning to end. At this time, Li Zongbao was not alone, but three people. Perhaps in the past, Li Zongbao claimed to be the #1 gold core cultivator, but from today onwards, after this battle in Flowing Ice Valley, the title of the special team of the conference hall would replace Li Zongbao's previous reputation. Kill, Li Zongbao roared, and the immortal piercing whip lashed out again. Although it didn't bring about too many whip shadows, he didn't seem to be worried about the might of the immortal piercing whip. With a loud bang, the whip shadow collided with the huge sword light, and this sword light was like a mountain. Boom! Immediately after, another fiery light flashed by, and Xiao Hua's yang leaf fan rushed forward. The fiery light covered the sword light that was missing a piece from the immortal piercing whip, and crazily swallowed it. Xiao Hua's fiery light had just stopped for a moment, and Xiao Mao's universe ring flew over again, and fell down smoothly. The sawtooth inside the ring made a strange sound, and the huge sword light was ground into pieces. Chapter 25:18. Behind the three of them, a Taibai sect disciple raised his flying sword. With a flash of sword light, the yellow flying sword was smashed into pieces. The flying sword of a 6th-stage swordsman was destroyed by three people. Naturally, because of the appearance of Xiao Hua, Xiao Mao, and Li Zongbao, the cultivators of the Taoist sect were once again united. Of course, the sword cultivator also joined forces. The destruction of the flying sword of the 6th-stage swordsman was only a small part of the confrontation between the swordsmen and the cultivators. However, this small part also represented the current situation of the battle. The cultivators of the Taoist sect had gradually gained the upper hand. Compared to the cultivators, these swordsmen seemed to know more about the techniques of war. Seeing that the situation had changed, the dozens of disciples of the Void Heaven Sword School had already tacitly occupied the advantageous terrain. Each of them urged their fellow swordsmen to hold their flying swords in their hands. When the cultivators led by Li Zongbao arrived in front of them, everyone shouted in unison. Dozens of flying swords flew out and condensed into a huge flying sword. Disciples. Li Zongbao also shouted, urging the disciples to meet the battle. The swordsmen had been preparing for a long time. At this time, they attacked to catch the cultivators off guard. The disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction were obviously not as well trained as the swordsmen, so how could they make it in time? Senior brother Li, junior brother Xiao, help me. Seeing this, Xiao Hua immediately shouted and flew out, waving the wishful steel staff to meet the huge flying sword. The cultivators of the Taoist sect had finally gained the upper hand. If they couldn't block this sword, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Help you? When Li Zongbao heard this and saw Xiao Hua take the initiative to fly out, he was bewildered. He really didn't know how to help Xiao Hua. However, he had always known Xiao Hua's ability and boldly guessed that the culprit who killed Tu Hong was Xiao Hua. He felt that Xiao Hua would be able to block the joint attack of dozens of swordsmen. Xiao Hua's shout was just a cover. Okay, Li Zongbao hurriedly flew up and hurriedly gave Xiao Mao a look. Xiao Mao also hurriedly flew up. The two of them had the same idea and the same action. One of them urged the magic weapon to attack the flying sword, while the other patted Xiao Hua's direction. From the looks of it, they were using some kind of joint attack secret technique that no one knew about. Sure enough, as the two of them raised their arms, Xiao Hua's entire body was enveloped in flames that soared into the sky. The flames were extremely dazzling. Not only did it block everyone's gazes, it also greatly disturbed their divine senses. Rumble. A loud sound rang out. Xiao Hua's wishful staff hit the huge flying sword. Even though Xiao Hua let out a strange cry of ouch, and his entire figure flew back like a flying sword, charging straight into the distance, the combined attack of several tens of shining swordsmen had actually been mostly dissipated by him. The sound was the sound of the collision between the wishful steel staff and the flying sword. The sound was almost earth-shattering, shaking the entire cave. Furthermore, the huge shockwave before the collision had stirred up the heaven and earth spiritual qi in an incomparably chaotic manner. It spread through the entire space in all directions. Not only were countless stones falling from the special stone walls of the karst cave, but the deafening sound also made all the cultivators and swordsmen dizzy. These three people are too powerful. Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao's magic weapons collided with the huge flying sword. Naturally, they were not its opponent, and their figures flew back along with Xiao Hua. Everyone looked at the three people who were knocked back, and then looked at the sword's shadow that had almost dissipated. They all gasped. Especially the swordsmen, they knew the power of their joint attack of the flying sword. Without the strength of a second-grade illusory sword, it was impossible to do it. Kill. While the cultivators were shocked, the disciples of the Utopia faction were also ready. Dozens of disciples who were also closest to Li Zongbao urged their magic weapons at the same time, and together, they smashed into the flying sword. Buzz buzz buzz, there was a burst of golden sounds, and the remaining flying swords were forced to fly back by the joint attack of the disciples of the Utopia faction. Many of the flying swords were even broken. Seeing that they had obtained victory, the other disciples also roared, and one after another, they took out their magic weapons and magic weapons. With a rainbow-like momentum, they rushed toward the swordsmen who were somewhat flustered with a tide-like attack. Just as mentioned before, the situation on the battlefield was too delicate. Xiao Hua's attack seemed to have scattered the swordsmen's last stubborn defense, their last persistence, and their last pride. At the same time, it also sounded the horn of victory for the cultivators. If these experienced swordsmen organized a few more times, they might be able to turn the situation around. However, when they saw the cultivators launch another attack, they chose to be defeated after panicking. Of course, it was also because these swordsmen had battle experience that they knew that the situation was hopeless, and so they fled. A defeated army was like a landslide. This was exactly the case. Not to mention third-grade swordsmen, even sixth-grade swordsmen would hastily step on their flying swords and flee. Fortunately, there were a lot of stalactites in this karst cave space, and there were even more karst caves of various sizes. The flying speed of the swordsmen was also extremely fast. Although they were chased by the cultivators from behind, the swordsmen still maintained a straight posture. Damn it, why isn't anyone helping me? Where did all those junior sisters go? Xiao Hua shook off the water droplets on his body and stood up from under a stalactite. His gaze looked at the utmost happiness faction and Tai by faction disciples who were chasing further and further away, and he shouted angrily. He was truly sent flying by the swordsman's flying swords, and his back crashed into who knows how many stalactites. Heh heh, how about little brother help you? Xiao Mao's voice sounded not far away. He and Li Zongbao merely borrowed the momentum to fly backwards. How could they compare to Xiao Hua? Even if they crashed into the stalactites, that was also an act. Tisk, forget it. Do you have jade hands again? Xiao Hua clapped his hands, took out a few jade bottles, and threw them to Xiao Mao. You'd better hurry up and take these pills. The magic power in your body has long dried up, right? Heh heh, little brother can't compare to big brother. Xiao Mao took a few pills without hesitation and handed the jade bottle to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao still had a cold face. He took the bottle, sniffed it with his nose, frowned slightly, and then looked at it a few times, poured out a pill and swallowed it into his stomach. Then his eyebrows slightly relaxed, and he looked at Xiao Hua even more thoughtfully. After taking the pill, Xiao Mao whispered, "Big brother, the senior brothers of the utmost happiness faction have already flown far away, should we hurry over?" "Damn it, if you want to go, you go." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "How much magic power do you have to consume? Anyway, I don't dare to go." Xiao Mao seemed to wake up from a dream and said with a smile, "Yes, little brother understands. You have to do things in moderation, too much is as bad as not enough. If we can show off our invincible power again, big brother. I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain." "What's hard for me to explain?" Xiao Hua curled his lips. "Heh heh, big brother, after this battle, your name will be known throughout the entire Sky Patrol city." Xiao Mao gave a thumbs up. "That shocking strike just now. It's really powerful, that's dozens of bright swordsmen. Alas." Hearing this, Xiao Hua's face immediately became long, and he looked at Li Zongbao, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Senior brother Li, this is all thanks to you, your secret joint attack is really powerful. I'm just a brute force, and I only borrowed the magic power of senior brother Xiao Mao and junior brother Xiao Mao. This strike doesn't deserve any credit from me. It's all thanks to senior brother Li." Yes, Li Zongbao's expression didn't change, and he nodded slightly. "What credit do you have?" "It's all mine. It's me who brought you to Flowing Ice Valley, and it's me who taught you the secret joint attack. Furthermore, the attack just now was also the result of my magic power transforming into physical strength." "Great." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "In this world, only senior brother Li knows my heart. However, even if I admit it like this, in the eyes of some people, there are still some problems." Li Zongbao reminded Xiao Hua with a rare flash of worry in his eyes. "Alas, I know." Xiao Hua looked up at the crowd that had already disappeared, and sighed. "But if I don't do it, senior brother Li will be the first to disagree." "I won't disagree." Li Zongbao shook his head. "I will only fight to the death. Not only will I disagree, even big brother won't agree." Xiao Mao said with a grin. He was in an extremely good mood. His cultivation was the weakest among the three of them, and it had always been Xiao Hua who took care of him. Today, he and Li Zongbao had cooperated extremely well. Not to mention killing countless sword cultivators, even that last wave of their hands at the same time seemed to be telepathic. They had really helped Xiao Hua a great deal. Moreover, the three of them had limitless glory today, and 30% of it was his, Xiao Mao's, share. In the entire Xuanyan school, there probably weren't many who could catch up to him, right? "Let's go. We'll go see Martial Uncle Xie Hui and the others," Li Zongbao said with a wave of his hand. "Senior brother Li, are you sure?" Xiao Hua hurriedly advised. "That's a battle between golden core cultivators, can you afford to get involved?" "I can't afford to get involved, but someone else can," Li Zongbao said coldly. "Martial Uncle Xie Hui is my martial uncle, and also the main instigator of the Feather Immortal gathering. He's been good to me, so I can't not help him." "Damn it, I knew it. That day you came to the Utopia faction in a hurry, so that's why," Xiao Hua said helplessly as he flew up. "At that time, I didn't know you were Martial Uncle Xie Hui, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to go to the Seven Extremes Mountains," Li Zongbao retorted. "Forget it." What else could Xiao Hua say? Li Zongbao had already said so much, and he was almost dragging Xiao Hua along. "But, senior brother Li," Xiao Hua still exhorted. "My magic power is now exhausted, and I still have to rely on senior brother's secret technique, and I still have to rely on senior brother and junior brother Zhao's help." "I know." Li Zongbao was a little impatient. Every time I see your magic power exhausted, and every time I see you recover the fastest. Don't worry, the cultivators of the Utopia faction are all responsible, and we won't forget our righteousness at the sight of profit. Hearing Li Zongbao say, responsible, Xiaohua's expression became a little gloomy. Obviously, he was mocking the irresponsible Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder Sect, who only treated the Imperial Thunder Sect as a big sect, who only showed the style of a big sect, but didn't have the strength of a big sect. And as the spiritual qi of heaven and earth poured in, the blue brilliance on the flying sword became even brighter. This is Li Feiyu from the Changbai sect. Xiaohua did not know much about the flying swords of the Taoist sect and sword cultivators. Seeing the flying sword being used like a magic weapon, he naturally recognized that this old man was Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu was facing a swordsman who looked very similar to him. Although he was wearing a sword outfit, which was very different from Li Feiyu's Changbai sect Daoist robe, who would notice the Daoist robe and sword outfit in the flashing sword light? Disdain appeared on the swordsman's face. He waved his hand and a similar blue brilliance condensed in midair. In an instant, it also transformed into a 10 feet long and 1 foot wide flying sword. It was actually similar to Li Feiyu's flying sword. However, there were no runes flowing on this flying sword. The entire flying sword was a kind of azure blue. The sword rays were like flickering blue lights. They seemed to be stagnant in the flying sword, but they were flowing extremely quickly. Li Feiyu saw the other party's flying sword taking shape and narrowed his eyes. He pointed his finger and shouted, "Qin Mu Ming, eat my sword." As he spoke, the big sword followed Li Feiyu's wave and moved slowly in midair. Every time the big sword moved, there would be a rumbling sound, as if the big sword was breaking through the air. Li Feiyu, you and I have fought for so long and I am tired of it. Today, I will let you see the true essence of my sword cultivation. I will also let you know that imitating a cat to draw a tiger will never become a tiger. As he spoke, Qin Mu Ming's flying sword made a strange turn and flashed in midair. It gave out a terrifying sword hum and charged straight at Li Feiyu's big sword. If you compare them separately, the flying swords of sword cultivators and the flying swords of Changbai sect are really similar. Even Li Feiyu and Qin Mu Ming have the same temperament. But when these two flying swords meet, they are different. Yes, the essence is different. It was rare to see a Changbai sect disciple using a flying sword to fight a sword cultivator disciple. Xiaohua's eyes lit up as he watched attentively. Li Feiyu's flying sword gave off a majestic aura. Wherever the sword light passed, it was like the wind blowing through rotten wood, sweeping away all the spirit energy of heaven and earth. On the other hand, Qin Mu Ming's flying sword was filled with sword lights. That huge sword was made up of countless sword lights, and each sword light was a tiny flying sword. Although his flying sword didn't have the imposing aura of Li Feiyu's flying sword, not only was the flying sword extremely sharp, the sword light seemed to be able to cut open the void. Even the spirit of each sword light could be seen on the spirit of a sword cultivator. Not to mention that the sword will of Qin Mu Ming's flying sword was like the gurgling flowing water. This blue flying sword was like the river water of flowing ice valley. Even though it was extremely soft, it still had the unyielding will to split the towering valley apart. With a boom, the two flying swords pierced into one place. Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw clearly that Li Feiyu's flying sword had an imposing aura. The moment it touched Qin Mu Ming's flying sword, it immediately shattered all the sword light on the flying sword. The entire flying sword that was formed by the sword light was struck and collapsed. Li Feiyu's flying sword seemed to have sunk deeply into the sword light. However, after a few breaths, Qin Mu Ming's flying sword showed extreme flexibility. The tenacious power of water was born from the sword light. Not only did it maintain the shape of the flying sword, it also slowly recovered one sword light after another. It supported Li Feiyu's flying sword and then slowly retreated. And when the two flying swords reached a balance, Qin Mu Ming's flying sword suddenly emitted a brilliant brilliance. It was like a spirit snake that had awakened from hibernation and jumped. Like a big mouth, it quickly swallowed Li Feiyu's flying sword. Not only that, the small sword light that was formed by the flying sword ruthlessly pierced into Li Feiyu's flying sword from all angles. In just the blink of an eye, pieces of stains appeared on the flying sword. There was even a faint crack that appeared on the flying sword. Wang wang, the sound of the sword rang. Not only was Li Feiyu's sword light flashing, even Qin Mu Ming's sword light was flashing frequently. Seeing this, Li Feiyu's expression suddenly changed. He narrowed his eyes slightly and his body flashed with rapid magic power fluctuations. The true essence in his golden core was instantly extracted and turned into magic power that surged into the flying sword. With a crisp, "ga" sound, it seemed to be the sound of Li Feiyu's arm or the sound of a certain part of the flying sword. The flying sword suddenly stretched forward and a sword light rushed out from the flying sword. It actually tore a small hole in Qin Mu Ming's sword light and was about to pierce Qin Mu Ming's chest. Pooh! With a soft sound, Qin Mu Ming's left arm moved slightly and another sword light streaked across. It was neither fast nor slow and extremely accurate as it hit the sword light. It immediately shattered the sword light. Chapter 25-20. Hiss, Xiaohua took in a cold breath when he saw the situation. This Qin Muming can even give birth to sword light on his arm. It seems like he already has the feeling of transforming into a sword. Li Feiyu might not be his match. Just as this thought appeared in Xiaohua's mind, he saw Qin Mu Ming laughing heartily. His empty hand clenched into a fist and smashed towards Li Feiyu. However, sword light also flickered on that fist as though this fist was the sword light itself. Li Feiyu was naturally not afraid of this. His other hand also formed a spell and a blue shield light appeared in mid-air, blocking the front of the fist. With a crisp crack, the fist was really like a sword light stabbing into glass. That shield light transformed into flowing light and fell down. Just as Li Feiyu waved his hand and numerous shield lights appeared again, suddenly, a pure blue sword light that was about the thickness of a thumb suddenly appeared from the flying sword that was swallowing Li Feiyu's sword light. It was the flying sword that had stabbed into Li Feiyu. Crack crack crack, it was actually similar to the sound of the shield light shattering. An extremely deep crack actually appeared on Li Feiyu's flying sword from this sword light. Ah! Pre-celestial heavy water. This flying sword of yours is refined by pre-celestial heavy water? Li Feiyu was astonished. This flying sword was his natal magic treasure and he could acutely sense the abnormality of Qin Muming's flying sword. At the same time, his primordial spirit was also damaged. Why would Qin Muming answer him? That sword light rapidly shrank and pierced towards Li Feiyu's huge sword again. Whoosh! Brilliance flourished around Li Feiyu's body and where his magic power surged, the huge sword was rapidly retracted. Furthermore, it was gradually shrinking. Just as that huge sword escaped from the range of Qin Muming's sword light, Li Feiyu's figure flashed past and actually flew towards the other side of the karst cave. Behind him, a shield light that was several yards big suddenly appeared with a wave of his hand. Where are you running to? Qin Mu Ming had hit the enemy in one move and shouted out loudly. His body also slightly distorted as he chased after Li Feiyu like a wave. The shield light that Li Feiyu had struck out was instantly shattered by him, and it was only delayed by a flick of a finger. Although Li Feiyu wasn't fleeing in the direction of Xiao Hua's group, Qin Muming's spiritual sense had long sensed their arrival. However, Qin Muming only coldly swept his gaze over the three of them. His figure flashed several hundred feet in front of Xiao Hua's group. He didn't attack the three Dao sect disciples who were in the late foundation establishment stage. Motherfucker, why don't you do it? Li Zongbao scolded angrily in his heart. When he saw Xiao Hua watching the battle with interest and not going up to help, he knew he didn't want to make a move. If Qin Mu made a move, Xiao Hua would definitely make a move, but Qin Mu didn't care, although that was what Li Zongbao thought. He didn't dare to do it himself. When Qin Mumming's figure disappeared into the karst cave, Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Then, he took the lead and flew to the back where Qin Mumming and Li Feiyu were fighting. Big brother. Xiao Mao was behind Xiao Hua. When he saw Li Zongbao rushing inside without thinking, he couldn't help but worry. He transmitted his voice, "That sword cultivator Qin Mumming is extremely powerful. I'm no match for him. Big brother, can you do it?" "Yes, it's not a big problem." Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and said, "What's wrong?" "This Qin Mumming is also from the Void Heaven Sword School. He seems to be Qin Jian's junior." Xiao Mao said embarrassedly, "I feel that the three of us actually have designs on Qin Jian." However, the demonic weapon's boundless strength suppressed the horsetail whisk. Not only did the horsetail whisk flicker, even Chu Hui's body was smashed down a few feet. However, below Xia Hui was another giant with an almost naked upper body. In his hand was a mace. This giant was actually a few times bigger than the one Xiao Hua saw before. Even the mace was a few times bigger. This giant waved the mace and smashed it towards Xia Hui, who was falling down. Although there was still a distance of several zhang between them, the sound of the wind from the mace and the huge wave of qi rushed towards Xia Hui's legs. An unconcealable sense of crisis immediately made Xia Hui's body tremble. It was already difficult for the demonic weapon to block the giant wolf. This time, the brilliance of the horsetail whisk trembled again. Hearing Li Zongbao's voice, Xia Hui panicked. He didn't even have time to look at Li Zongbao. He tried his best to circulate his magic power. While his body was barely able to fly upwards, he shouted, "You rushed here? Quickly leave, this is not a place you can come." When Li Zongbao saw that Xia Hui was in danger, he panicked at first. However, when he looked carefully, his heart calmed down. He had seen a lot of how Xiao Hua bullied others along the way. Moreover, he knew how powerful Xiao Hua's wishful staff was. Dragging Xiao Hua over was the wisest decision. "Junior brother Xiao, we will use our secret technique." Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua, whose gaze was already lingering on the top-grade water-type spirit stone, and urged him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Oh, yes." Xiao Hua reluctantly moved his gaze away from the spirit stone's brilliance. He swept his gaze and said with a smile, "Senior brother Li, if the three of us chase that giant away, we should be able to save Martial Uncle Xia Hui, right? Naturally, the three of us will chase the giant away." Li Zongbao emphasized the words, "the three of us," as if to make Xiao Hua feel at ease. Come. Let this young master see who is stronger." Xiao Hua waved the wishful staff in his hand. His body slowly flew up, and he shouted at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, "Senior brothers, help me." "All right." Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao waved their hands in extreme boredom. At the same time, they waved their left hand and waved it towards Xiao Hua's back. In their right hand, the piercing Immortal Whip and the Universe Ring were also brought out. Each flashed brilliantly as they smashed towards the giant. Roar! When the giant saw that his mace was unable to hit Xia Hui, and that there were actually 3 little Foundation Establishment stage insects coming over, he immediately looked up to the sky and roared. Dragging his mace, he took the initiative to rush towards Xiao Hua and the others. At this time, under the secret technique of Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, Xiao Hua waved his wishful staff and flew over. Wu, the giant's mace made a soul-stirring sound as it struck towards Xiao Hua's wishful staff. That huge mace was almost the same size as Xiao Hua. Although the mace had not yet approached, the suffocating sound of the wind was almost enough to send the tall and thin Xiao Hua flying. Moreover, the strange sounds coming from the spiked club were also faintly shaking Xiao Hua's soul. "Granny, this giant is really more powerful than before." Xiao Hua's soul not only had the secret technique of soul cultivation, but also a soul armor obtained from a sword cultivator. Although the quality was not high, it was better than nothing. The entire dark cloud shook slightly and became extremely stable again. Dang! The mace and the wishful staff collided. A wave of air that was even larger than the explosion of the fire talisman was produced from the two people, rushing rapidly in all directions. Even the giant's body that was bigger than a stalactite staggered with the impact. The mace in his hand was lifted high, almost falling out of his hand. Looking at Xiaohua again, his figure also rushed out with the wave of air, but Xiaohua's figure was like a swimming fish, drifting slightly in the wave of air. It was a very clever reason for the wave of air to be like a horsetail whisk, rushing towards the giant while shouting, "Fight!" Ah! The giant was stunned. The slight numbness in his arm dissipated and he had to wave his mace again. At this time, before Xiaohua's wishful staff hit, Xiao Mao's Qinkuan ring and Li Zongbao's piercing immortal whip also broke through the wave of air and flew in front of the giant. Xiao Mao's Qinkuan ring aside, Li Zongbao's piercing immortal whip was famous among the cultivators. It was unknown how much swordsman's blood had been spilled on it. However, the giant didn't care about this famous magic treasure at all. The giant didn't even try to dodge the whip that was like a golden dragon. However, when the whip hit, the giant's shoulder shook as if he was trying to reduce the power of the immortal piercing whip. Perhaps it was some kind of secret technique. In short, a faint yellow light flashed on the giant's shoulder and caught the immortal piercing whip. Moreover, the force of the rebound surged and the immortal piercing whip shook slightly in the air. Chapter 25-21. Li Zongbao was dumbfounded. He knew that although his magic power was exhausted, the Holy Whip was a famous magic weapon of the Utopia faction. How could it be so weak? Looking at Xiao Mao's Heaven and Earth ring, it was even weaker. It also hit the giant's back, but the giant didn't even bother to shake it. The Heaven and Earth ring was like a tickle to the giant. He slid on the giant's shiny back and flew up into the air again. Just as Li Zongbao was dumbfounded, he felt a moment of trance. Then, a chill came from his heart, and an irresistible tyranny came out from the chill. Attack! Almost at the same time as Xiaohua, Li Zongbao flew up and grabbed the immortal piercing whip with one hand. At the same time, his other hand took out a pill and swallowed it. A hot aura came from his meridians. The immortal piercing whip let out a roar like a dragon. As Li Zongbao waved it, the runes on the immortal piercing whip began to move. It broke free from the immortal piercing whip's shackles and turned into a golden torrent. It rushed into the air and rushed towards the yellow giant's back. Dang! There was another sound. Unsurprisingly, Xiaohua's body flew up again, and at the same time, the giant's body was hit by the wishful staff and took 2 steps back. At the same time, the golden light of the holy whip broke through the airwaves from the 2 weapons and hit the giant's back. Humph! The giant let out a deep sound from its nose. Its back shook slightly, and another wave of yellow light flashed. Bang! The golden light of the holy whip scattered the light, but the golden light of the holy whip was also annihilated. Looking at the back of the giant, there was a faint trace of blood slowly appearing. Old man, eat my whip again. Seeing that the holy whip didn't work, Li Zongbao's body glowed again, and he was about to activate his magic power again. Senior Li, use the secret method to help me. Xiaohua saw the coldness in Li Zongbao's eyes and hurriedly shouted. At this time, Xia Hui had enough strength to deal with the giant wolf alone. He always paid attention to the movements of Li Zongbao and the others. Seeing that Li Zongbao was about to fight, he hurriedly shouted, Li Zongbao, calm your mind. It seemed to be a secret technique of the Utopia faction. Xiaohua didn't feel anything when he heard the voice, but it was like a thunderclap in Li Zongbao's ears. Li Zongbao was shocked, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand and took back the celestial piercing whip. Senior Marshal Brotherly, quickly use your secret technique to help me. Xiaohua shouted hysterically, this old man is too powerful. All right. Li Zongbao silently waved the piercing fairy whip. At this time, the brilliance of the piercing fairy whip was not as arrogant as before. Instead, it was as light as the wind. At the same time, Li Zongbao waved his left arm. Xiaohua's figure soared into the sky and the staff in his hand smashed down. "Old man, eat my staff." Woo! The staff carried a strong wind and smashed down like a mountain. Ding ding dang dang, there was a burst of chaotic sounds. Xiaohua's heavenly staff technique was unleashed. He was like a fish in water under the wolf-tooth staff. On one hand, he used the heavy wolf-tooth staff to hit the giant. On the other hand, he could use the power of the wolf-tooth staff to counterattack the giant. Although the giant's technique of using the wolf-tooth staff was perfect, and even the control of the power of his arms was unparalleled in the Dawn Rain continent, he encountered Xiaohua, a cultivator who was the nemesis of giants. What was the result? In just half a meal's time, the giant's bones were soft and his muscles were numb. The yellow brilliance of his body gradually flashed frequently. Hee, this giant with illusory sword cultivation is nothing more than this. Xiaohua sneered. He suddenly raised the wolf-tooth staff and shouted, "Eat my staff again." "Xiao. You are." When he heard that Xiaohua's surname was Xiao, the giant's face changed greatly. It seemed that the matter that had been uncertain for a long time finally had an answer. He waved the wolf-tooth staff and dragged it backward. He no longer paid attention to the crowd. He spread his feet and fled into the depths of the karst cave. The twisting buttocks and the fear of turning back in panic were not much different from the previous giants who were scared away by Xiaohua. Seeing that the giant had escaped, Li Zongbao was about to urge Xiaohua to chase after him, but Xiaohua trembled slightly in midair. His arms hung down weakly, and he sat cross-legged in midair. Obviously, he was exhausted. Sigh, forget it. Li Zongbao knew that Xiaohua was exhausted again. He sighed and looked at Xie Hui. Without the threat of the giant, Xie Hui was able to deal with the beast cultivator with the giant wolf easily. However, at the same time, the weakness of a Dao cultivator's weak body was exposed. Although he urged his magic power and used the power of magic to block the demonic weapon, his forehead was still sweating. He was even more limp and numb than Xiaohua. Even when he was flying, he was still panting. Looking at the giant wolf, although it was moving slower, its momentum was still as strong as a rainbow. Every time it attacked, it would try to get close to Xie Hui. Needless to say, how could Xie Hui dare to let the giant wolf get close to him? He used his horsetail whisk and magic arts from time to time to block the demonic weapon, the sky piercer halberd. At the same time, he also used the confinement technique and the fireball technique. However, the giant wolf seemed to be guarding against Xiaohua. It didn't dare to get too close to him. It only destroyed Xie Hui's magic arts and slowly approached him. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xie Hui sighed and looked at Li Zongbao and the others. His body floated up and flew towards the karst cave opposite of Li Zongbao. At the same time, he took out an elixir and swallowed it. Roar! When the giant wolf saw that Xie Hui was actually escaping, it couldn't help but roar. The sky piercer suddenly left its hand and stabbed towards Xie Hui's back. The sharp sound of the wind made it impossible for Xie Hui to not turn around to face the enemy. It was also at this moment that the giant wolf tilted its head and spat out two huge wind blades from its mouth. It charged aggressively towards Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. This guy actually didn't dare to provoke Xiaohua, who had his eyes closed. However, it wanted to target Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. The wind blades stirred the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air and became bigger and bigger. The sharp wind blades cut through the air and made a strange sound. It sounded like the sobbing of an abandoned woman or the sobbing of the night rain. "You're courting death." Xiaohua, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He waved his hand and seemed to be forming some kind of seal. Along with a wave of spiritual energy, a stream of primordial water sprayed out from the top of Xiaohua's head like a fountain. The moment the primordial water appeared, it immediately turned into turbulent waves and quickly covered the entire karst cave. Splash, the clear sound of water splashing could be heard. It was as if a small fish had jumped out of the water and was wagging its tail happily. A wave of water splashed out from the surging waves, blocking between the wind blade and Li Zongbao. The extremely sharp wind blade seemed to be able to cut through the void. However, when the wind blade silently entered the innate primordial water, not even a drop of innate primordial water appeared. Not even a bubble could be formed, and it immediately disappeared without a trace. This is... The giant wolf originally didn't care. Although Xiaohua's primordial water quickly blocked the space, he only thought that it was because of the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, when the wind blades silently disappeared, his face slightly changed and he hurriedly swept out with his spiritual sense. However, when his spiritual sense came into contact with the primordial water, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly retracted his spiritual sense and shouted in shock, "This is primordial water?" However, even though he reacted quickly, a trace of his spiritual sense was still swallowed by the primordial water. How is this possible? The giant wolf's eyes turned and looked at the seemingly endless primordial water gushing out and covering the surrounding space. Even where his eyes could see, there were faint illusions in every drop of primordial water. He couldn't help but groan. That's right, other people would only have a few drops of primordial water, or even one drop. However, they would use the primordial water to stimulate the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. How could they be as extravagant as Xiaohua? Every drop of primordial water, was the real primordial water? Looking at Xie Hui, he quickly waved his horsetail whisk and forcefully blocked the giant wolf's sky piercer. Then, he saw an azure brilliance like the Milky Way hanging upside down in front of him. He was immediately shocked, but he was also lucky. He knew that this was definitely not the doing of the giant wolf. He hurriedly turned to look at Xiaohua and the others. When he heard the giant wolf scream, he hurriedly retracted his spiritual sense and didn't even look at the primordial water. This primordial water was even more useful to cultivators. In a situation where he didn't have any defensive measures, he definitely wouldn't provoke this primordial water. Since you didn't even leave when I asked you to, then, don't leave. Xiaohua sneered. The hidden Buddha Saraira waved a Buddha seal and the surging primordial water suddenly boiled, shooting out giant wolves from everywhere. Ha ha ha. It's just primordial water. Why should I be afraid? The giant wolf's heroic spirit soared to the sky. He waved his sky piercer, and like Xiaohua's wishful staff, it formed a temporary safe space around him, blocking all the splashing primordial water outside. Humph. Xiaohua didn't refute at all. He gradually urged the primordial water to separate the giant wolf and Xie Hui, while he and Li Zongbao were separated in another place. Li Zongbao frowned, but since the entire primordial water was controlled by Xiaohua, it didn't matter where Xiaohua was. Sure enough, Xie Hui stood in midair for a moment and understood Xiaohua's intention. After a short rest, he urged his spiritual power and threw the horsetail whisk in his hand. The horsetail whisk turned into a comet and shot towards the giant wolf. Dang! The horsetail whisk collided with the halberd. Although the horsetail whisk looked very light, it contained the spiritual power of Chu Hui, an early gold core stage cultivator. Once it collided with the halberd, it immediately emitted a strong brilliance, causing the halberd to stagnate for a moment. There were only a few strands, and each strand had rushed into the weak spot. Ha! The giant wolf roared and waved the sky piercer, cutting off the threads of the primordial water. However, at the moment when it was cut, a few drops still fell into the defense of the sky piercer. Chapter 25-22. The giant wolf hastily moved his body. However, Chu Hui's horsetail whisk came again. The giant wolf had no choice but to wave his Feng Tian halberd again. Just as he was distracted, the drop of innate primordial water landed on his feet. A series of sizzling sounds rang out, and black light and light smoke appeared on the giant wolf's feet. However, this light smoke was unable to withstand the Xiantian true water, and was instantly corroded. After a short while, the light and smoke finally disappeared, and the giant wolf's eyes flashed with shock and pain. Then, the giant wolf looked around and felt regretful. If it wasn't for the killing intent in his heart, he would have escaped from this karst cave a long time ago. At this moment, the innate primordial water had trapped him, and the young man who controlled the water was on the other side. Even if he wanted to kill the young man, it would be impossible. Just now, he was thinking about how to kill Chu Hui. Now, he was thinking about how to escape. The giant wolf was a beast cultivator. However, he didn't have Li Qingshu's protective talisman, and he didn't have the hands of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Facing Chu Hui's attack and Xiao Hua's innate primordial water, he was helpless. After Chu Hui disturbed him a few more times and a few drops of innate primordial water corroded his body, the giant wolf's eyes flashed with desperation. Wu, the giant wolf, raised his head and howled. His body started to emit a black brilliance and light smoke. When the brilliance covered him, a giant wolf shape appeared in midair. Before the innate primordial water landed, the giant wolf opened his mouth and spat out a black pearl the size of a thumb. As soon as the pearl appeared, it stirred up a huge gust of wind. However, the gust of wind only raged within the innate primordial water. Once it touched the innate primordial water, it turned invisible. The gust of wind stirred around the giant wolf shape and supported the innate primordial water. Although the innate primordial water was slowly pressing down, it was able to maintain the giant wolf shape and prevent it from being corroded. Oh! Although Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows, he wasn't too surprised. He still formed a Buddhist seal and urged the innate primordial water to attack the giant wolf's gust of wind. As for Xia Hui, he looked a little embarrassed. However, he also used his horsetail whisk to hit the wind again and again. Boom! Under the joint attack of the two, the giant wolf could no longer endure it. Its slight hesitation was also shattered. The thumb-sized pearl suddenly exploded, and an awe-like hurricane was formed from the pearl, piercing straight into the primordial water. Oh! This time, Xiao Hua was truly astonished. That hurricane seemed to have materialized. It was sharp and extremely fast, piercing through the innate true water that he had set up. Moreover, the tail of the hurricane, where it was rotating, was also rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded into a hurricane passage that was several feet wide. Roar! The giant wolf let out a low roar, and its body flashed with light. At the same time, it rapidly shrank and rushed into the hurricane passage. Keep Xiao Hua hurriedly activated his true water and tried his best to shatter the passageway. However, this hurricane passage was abnormally tough. Although Xiao Hua had shrunk the passage by a bit, it was still impossible to shatter it. Damn it! At this time, Xiao Hua was also regretting. He had placed the giant wolf and Xia Hui together while he hid in another place. The path that the giant wolf rushed out of was in the opposite direction of him. If he was close, he could have used the wishful staff to kill the giant wolf. Unfortunately, he was not close. Open, Xiao Hua shouted. He saw that the innate primordial water near Xia Hui had a crack that led to the outside of the karst cave. Xia Hui really wanted to use his horsetail whisk to hit the giant wolf's tail. When he saw that, he immediately activated his magical treasure and rushed out of the innate primordial water. He rushed in the direction that the giant wolf had flown out of the innate primordial water. He wanted to stop the giant wolf before it rushed out of the innate primordial water. However, he was still too slow. When he caught up with it, the giant wolf had already rushed out of the innate primordial water and rushed into one of the karst caves. Xia Hui did not hesitate. He did not even turn his head and chased after it. Looking at his speed, he was still faster than the giant wolf that had lost its inner core. If there were no accidents, killing the giant wolf would not be a problem. Seeing that Xia Hui had chased after the giant wolf, Xiao Hua waved his hand and activated a spell. The innate primordial water was slowly sucked into the innate primordial water. Big brother, Xiao Mao, saw that the azure innate primordial water was slowly decreasing. He quickly said in a low voice. "What is it?" Xiao Hua replied. Is this really innate primordial water?" Xiao Mao hesitated. "Why? Is it useful to you?" Xiao Hua did not answer and asked directly. Yes. Xiao Mao said honestly. Little brother has a water attribute body. Master has a magical power that can only be cultivated by absorbing innate primordial water. Little brother has been looking for the whereabouts of this innate primordial water. I did not expect. Xiao Hua nodded. How much do you need? 749 drops, Xiao Mao replied in a low voice. After all, this was a huge number. His master said that he only needed 7 drops to learn the magical power, Xiao Hua nodded. He knew clearly that most of the magical powers on the Xiaoyu continent had 6 as the limit. The water magical power taught by Xunyan actually had 7 levels. It was obviously not bad. Where is your magical weapon? Xiao Hua pointed with his finger. A thin stream of innate primordial water flew out and landed in front of Xiao Mao. Here. Xiao Mao was overjoyed. He quickly took out a square jade bottle. Xiao Hua saw this and his expression did not change. The thin stream of innate primordial water slowly fell into the jade bottle. After a while, the thin stream of innate primordial water stopped. Xiao Hua said, "This is 98 drops. Take it back and give it to your master." "Yes, thank you, big brother." Xiao Mao's face was filled with ecstasy. He quickly took out a strange yellow talisman and pasted it on the jade bottle. A yellow light flashed and the jade bottle returned to its normal appearance. Xiao Mao carefully kept it in his storage pouch. "Big brother Li, do you want it?" Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao with a smile. "I don't have it." Li Zongbao swung the immortal piercing whip in his hand. Golden light shot out in all directions. "I only need this immortal piercing whip." Sigh, Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He kept all the innate primordial water into the clear water bottle. Xiao Hua. Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua and suddenly said, "I'm afraid you have too many tricks up your sleeve." "You must not have too many tricks up your sleeve." "Thank you, big brother Li." Xiao Hua bowed and said, "I know what I'm doing." Although Li Zongbao said, he shook his head slightly and said, "I have to reconsider your words." "Ha ha ha, big brother Li, do whatever you want." Xiao Hua laughed and said. Then, he looked at the direction Xia Hui went and asked, "Do we still need to chase after him?" "No need." Li Zongbao said indifferently, "That beast cultivator spat out his inner core and exploded it. What other tricks can he have? If martial uncle Xia Hui can't even deal with this." As he was speaking, he saw a divine perception sweep over from afar. It was Xia Hui who flew over excitedly. "Greetings, martial uncle Xia Hui." Xiao Hua and the others didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly bowed. "Get up." Xia Hui waved his hand. He didn't have the attitude of a senior and hurriedly returned the greeting. "I still have to thank you today. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to kill Yang Qi. I would have been lucky if I could have escaped safely." "I don't dare." Xiao Hua still had some impression of Xia Hui. He smiled apologetically and said, "It's all martial uncle's credit. I don't dare to take credit for it. Hee, little friend Xiao, that day in Taiqing sect's Hao realm, I already knew that you would have great achievements in the future. Today, I see that it's true. It's only been a few years. Not only have you reached the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, your methods are also very powerful. You scared the giant away with great strength and even used a rare method to force the wolf cultivator to explode his inner core. Even my Zongbao can't achieve this." When Xiao Hua heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, Martial uncle is overpraising me. It's all thanks to martial brother Li Zongbao. If he didn't have the secret technique, I wouldn't have been able to combine his and Xiao Mao's magic power. I wouldn't have been able to have such great strength. That was a giant with the strength of an illusory sword. I wouldn't have fought it head-on. Hee. When Xia Hui saw Li Zongbao's expression, he smiled and extended his hand. In his hand was a storage pouch. He passed it to Xiao Hua and said, "This is Liang Qi's storage pouch. It should belong to little friend Xiao." Hee. No need. Xiao Hua looked around at the supreme grade spirit stones and said with a smile, "It's great that I have this." Haha. Xia Hui passed the storage pouch to Xiao Hua and said, "Take a look at it first." Oh, Xiao Hua was stunned. He took the storage pouch and scanned it with his divine thought. He smiled and said, "So this giant wolf didn't fight for nothing. The spirit stones inside should have been collected in the flowing ice valley. You can take it." Xia Hui waved his hand and said, "If I take it, I will feel uneasy. How about this?" Xiao Hua waved his hand and took half of the water-type spirit stones and the sky piercer. He smiled and said, "The demonic weapon is useless to martial uncle, so I'll take it. The rest are martial uncle's. If martial uncle didn't fight with this wolf cultivator, I wouldn't have been able to kill him." All right. Xia Hui didn't decline anymore. He took the storage pouch and looked at Li Zongbao worriedly. He said in a low voice, "Zongbao. Success depends on the celestial piercing whip. Failure depends on the celestial piercing whip. This celestial piercing whip is a famous magic weapon of the Utopia faction. Your cultivation level hasn't reached that level yet. Don't use it by force. If the celestial piercing whip backfires, you will have a hard time." "Yes, I understand." Li Zongbao bowed and said, "Master has already given me the secret technique. It should be able to restrain the celestial piercing whip's backfire. Sigh, that's senior brother Heng Feng of mine. Sometimes, he is too headstrong and cares about his face too much." Xia Hui sighed and said, You have to know that those who are too headstrong break easily, while those who are soft will never be defeated. Sometimes, you can't be too headstrong." Li Zongbao was silent. He didn't reply like before. "All right." Chu Hui shook his head slightly. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. He tilted his head slightly as if he was listening to something. Immediately after, joy appeared on his face and he hurriedly said, "Cool Breeze Valley's Su Bo actually killed Black Phoenix Sword Sex LV Jing. Right now, he's teaming up with Cheng Bai Sex Li Feiyu to hunt down Void Heaven Sword Sex Qin Mu Ming. This old man chased away that unknown giant and killed Gorilla Mountain's Liang Qi. Once this old man and the two Dao friends kill Qin Mu Ming, our Dao Sex Flowing Ice Valley battle will be a great victory." "That's right. What about the battle between the Foundation establishment cultivators?" Chapter 25-23. Only then did Chu Hui remember those Foundation establishment disciples. "All right, senior uncle knows. We will also win." Li Zongbao replied without hesitation. "Great." Chu Hui clapped his hands and said, "You all can return for now. After we kill Qin Mu, I will send you a message." With that, Chu Hui's face was filled with joy. He executed his flying technique and flew in one direction. "Let's go." Li Zongbao took a look and flew back to the karst cave. Tsk tisk. Xiao Hua smacked his lips and smiled apologetically. "Senior brotherly, there are so many supreme grade spirit stones here. Don't you? You can harvest as much as you want." Li Zongbao raised his eyebrows and stood in midair. "I will wait for you here." "All right." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Xiao Mao, go." "Yes." Xiao Mao heard and quickly flew to the front of the stone wall. However, no matter how fast he was, he was not as fast as Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had already taken out his wishful staff and smashed it on the side of the supreme grade spirit stone. Xiao Mao knew that time was tight and did not dare to delay. He also took out his universe ring and smashed it on the side of the supreme grade spirit stone. However, when he had just harvested 2 spirit stones, he realized that something was wrong. It turned out that other than the spirit stones on the surface, there was nothing deeper. Even when he smashed a few feet with his universe ring, it was still empty. This. Xiao Mao hurriedly raised his head. Just as he was about to shout, he saw Xiao Hua's gloomy face. Xiao Hua had excavated the jade essence in Spring Gold Mountain. He had just harvested a piece and realized that something was wrong. He had also smashed a deep hole. The spirit stone veins in Flowing Ice Valley have long been excavated. There are only a few pieces left. That's why Sky Patrol City reported this place to the meeting hall like 7 Extremes Mountain and Spring Gold Mountain. Li Zongbao said calmly, "Before we came, Master had already explained the pros and cons. This place is just to kill. Yes, to test the strength of the swordsman in Flowing Ice Valley. It would be best if we could kill all of them. As for the spirit stones, this is an abandoned vein. Even if Junior Brother harvested all the spirit stones here, I'm afraid it would not be comparable to the spirit stones in the storage bag. Although a fly is small, it's still meat." Xiao Hua looked at the sparkling spirit stone with reluctance and said with a groan. "A fly is meat, but if there is a big piece of fat meat outside, this fly can't be considered as fat meat." Li Zongbao said coldly. "That's right." Xiao Hua slaps his forehead. "Those sword cultivators' storage pouches definitely have more spirit stones than the ones here. Quick, Xiao Mao, let's chase after him." Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua excitedly flying around and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Although spirit stones weren't bad, to treat spirit stones so seriously, it really didn't match Xiao Hua's cultivation. Then, Li Zongbao was a little envious. It seemed that having such a hobby was better than having no hobby at all. Okay? However, this thought only flashed in his mind for a moment before it was immediately killed. The parting feelings treasure mirror really needed to be parting feelings. These rather mundane hobbies had long been cleaned up by Li Zongbao. Xiao Hua excitedly rushed out of the karst cave, but immediately stopped at the entrance with a bitter expression. Not to mention finding those cultivators who were chasing after the swordsman, Xiao Hua didn't even have a clue how to return to the karst cave from before. In front of him, the tangled and complicated karst cave that was like a spider web was simply 100 times, 1,000 times more ferocious than those giants and wolf cultivators. "Senior Marshal Brotherly, please go first." Xiao Hua very politely stood in midair and raised his hand, inviting Li Zongbao to go first. Humph, the corners of Li Zongbao's mouth faintly curled into a smile. Although he was extremely unwilling to secretly laugh in his heart, he still couldn't help but laugh. Which cultivator who could step into the Qi refinement realm wasn't an outstanding figure among the mundane world? Moreover, since they were able to cultivate into the foundation establishment realm, they were truly dragons and phoenixes among men. Their aptitude and insight made it difficult for others to catch up to them. Not to mention the ability to remember things with a single glance, this ability to recognize directions, even a slightly intelligent child could do it. However, Xiao Hua, who was able to easily kill a middle-stage core formation cultivator, was actually so weak in this aspect that it was hard to believe. This guy's divine sense is no small matter. If it wasn't for the fact that divine sense can't be used here, I'm afraid he would have already run away. A trace of emotion flashed in Li Zongbao's eyes. After carefully identifying for a moment, he flew in a certain direction without hesitation. "Xiao Mao, look at the direction Senior Marshal Brotherly is flying in. Is there anything special?" Xiao Hua really couldn't see the difference between this karst cave and other karst caves, so he couldn't help but ask. Xiao Mao smiled and said, "This little brother also doesn't know. However, this little brother remembers the path we came from. Although this karst cave doesn't lead to the direction we came from, I feel that it should lead to the direction the swordsman fled in. Really? Xiao Hua looked at the endless stalactites in disbelief. No matter what, he couldn't see any difference. Damn it, this young master has the hand of karma. Xiao Hua was extremely indignant. This young master can even sense the karma of the world. There's no reason why this young master can't understand this, right? However, Xiao Hua, who could sense his own crisis, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming's crisis, and even Xiao Mao's crisis, couldn't make sense of these minor details. Sure enough, after flying for less than an hour, under Li Zongbao's lead, sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes up, and sometimes down, there was a rumbling sound in their ears. Moreover, the rich water element heaven earth ling qi in the karst cave also became more and more viscous, making people's skin feel moist. Hearing the sound, Xiao Hua really admired Li Zongbao from the bottom of his heart. For him, this absolutely couldn't be so easy. It was like letting Li Zongbao kill that wolf cultivator Liang Qi. Just as he was thinking, several third-grade swordsmen fled in panic from the front. Where do you think you're going? Seeing this, Li Zongbao's figure floated up, and the immortal piercing whip in his hand was about to wave again. Unfortunately, when those swordsmen saw Xiao Hua and the others, they immediately turned pale with fright. Their figures turned, and they fled toward a fork in the karst cave, simply faster than a shooting star. Li Zongbao's expression didn't change, as if sword cultivators should be like this when they see him. Just as he was about to chase after them, a dozen or so utmost happiness faction disciples rushed over from where the sword cultivators came from. When those disciples saw Li Zongbao, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Most of them cupped their hands and chased after those sword cultivators. There were also 3 late-stage Foundation establishment disciples who stayed behind. They stepped forward and greeted, "Senior Brother Li." "I don't dare." Li Zongbao hurriedly returned the greeting and said, "I've only just reached the late stage of Foundation establishment. How can I be addressed by 3 senior brothers like this?" Alas, if we're talking about age, we're naturally Senior Brother Li's senior brothers. However, even if we've already reached the late stage of Foundation establishment, compared to Senior Brother Li's magical powers, we're really ashamed. If you don't deserve the title of Senior Brother, then we can only call you Martial Uncle. The oldest-looking old man said very sincerely. That's right. Another old man also stepped forward and cupped his hands. Previously, we were still thinking that if it weren't for the help of Senior Brother Li and these 2 fellow cultivators, I'm afraid that over 10,000 of US disciples would have been buried in this flowing ice valley one by one. Greetings to the 2 junior brothers Xiao. The 3rd disciple stepped forward with a smile and said to Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao, "We disciples will always remember the help of the 2 fellow cultivators in our hearts. This is all Senior Brother Li's credit." Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hands. With his special permission from the conference hall, I was able to get together with junior brother Xiao Mao. Even coming to Flowing Ice Valley was under Senior Brother Li's command. We dare not claim credit. This disciple was a disciple of the Utopia faction. When he saw that Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect and Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan order were so humble and did not compete with Li Zongbao for credit, he was even more delighted. No matter how he looked at them, they were pleasing to the eye. You 2 fellow cultivators don't need to be humble. The joint attack of the 2 of you and Senior Brother Li was not only seen by the disciples of the Utopia faction, but also by the disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley. If there's a contribution from the disciples of the Utopia faction, then there's definitely a contribution from the Imperial Thunder sect and the Xuanyan order. When we return to the Sky Patrol City, we'll definitely report the truth. This great contribution will definitely belong to the 3 of you. Xiao Mao was overjoyed and bowed. Senior brother, you're praising us too much. As they spoke, Li Zongbao had more or less understood the situation of the battle. Just as he thought, the sword cultivators were defeated like a landslide. Under the pursuit of the Taoist sect cultivators, they could only rely on their familiarity with the terrain of Flowing Ice Valley to escape the fate of total annihilation. But even so, when Xiao Hua chased the giant away, Chu Hui killed Liang Qi, and found this place, nearly 30% of the sword cultivators were killed. 30% of the sword cultivators, that was close to 4,000 people. It was inevitable that the elder of the Utopia faction was excited. Hee, not bad. Li Zongbao smiled and nodded. Junior brothers, you've worked hard. I just came over from Uncle Chu Hui's place. Uncle Chu Hui fought against the giant and the wolf cultivator alone. Just when we lured the giant away, Uncle Chu Hui unleashed his invincible power and killed the wolf cultivator Liang Qi. In addition, when the giant saw that things were not going well, he was so scared that he fled in panic. Great! When the three disciples heard this, their faces lit up with joy. At this time, several disciples in the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage flew over. They were the disciples of the Taibai faction and the Cool Breeze Valley. When they met, they exchanged pleasantries and expressed their gratitude. However, it was obvious that after the disciples of the two factions greeted Li Zongbao, they were more affectionate with Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao. They even, in their words, they gave the credit to Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao. Haha. Xiao Hua was secretly happy. He knew that the two factions didn't want the Utopia faction to take all the credit. However, he just smiled and pushed Xiao Mao forward. Although Xiao Mao's reputation was not as good as Li Zongbao's, he was also smooth in dealing with people, almost similar to Cui Hongshan. In just a moment, he had gradually become the focus of everyone's attention. Oh. At this time, Li Zongbao suddenly raised his hand and said, "Fellow cultivators, please be quiet." Chapter 25-24. When everyone heard this, they immediately shut their mouths. Li Zongbao suddenly flew several feet to the side. He clapped his hands and took out a strange-looking jade pendant. Under the influence of his magic power, the jade pendant turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Martial Uncle Chu Hui seems to have sent a message, but because this place is too far away. Xiao Mao explained. Sure enough, in less than half a cup of tea's time, two streams of light flew back from afar and landed in Li Zongbao's hands. When Li Zongbao's spiritual sense entered the flying message talisman, he suddenly understood. He raised his head and looked at the eager crowd. He smiled and said, "The battle of Flowing Ice Valley has ended. Martial Uncle Chu Hui, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu of Changbai Sect, and Martial Uncle Su Bo of Cool Breeze Valley joined forces and killed Qin Mu Ming of Void Heaven Sword School. However, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu was killed by Qin Mu Ming's last attack." When everyone heard the first half of the sentence, they were about to cheer. However, the last sentence destroyed their excited expressions. Everyone from Changbai Sect showed anger on their faces. "Let's go, we'll kill the remaining sword cultivators and avenge Martial Uncle Li." Okay. All the disciples of Changbai Sect agreed in unison and sent out requests to the disciples of Utmost Happiness faction and Cool Breeze Valley. "Let's go. Kill the sword cultivators." The disciples of Utmost Happiness faction and Cool Breeze Valley were duty-bound. However, at this moment, a faint rumbling sound came from afar. At first, it was extremely soft, like the sound of thunder in the sky, but this sound was continuous, one sound after another, coming closer and closer from afar. What was special was that the vibration spread very quickly. It had long been affected by the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The rich water spiritual energy trembled rapidly. As the sound approached, it almost exploded. This is bad. Others might not know the depth of the sound, but Xiao Hua came out from the spiritual stone vein of Spring Gold Mountain. His first reaction was that someone had activated the defensive array of the spiritual stone vein of Flowing Ice Valley. Spring Gold Mountain. Xiao Hua's expression changed greatly. He gritted his teeth and shouted these three words. Xiao Hua didn't need to explain too much. Everyone's face turned ashen. Everyone present, who didn't know about the tens of thousands of sword cultivators that died at Spring Gold Mountain. Quick! Everyone no longer talked about taking revenge for Li Feiyu. They all ran towards the place they thought was the safest. Don't rush. Li Zongbao climbed up and shouted, "Panic is the most important thing right now. If you trust me, the three of you will follow behind us." After saying that, he didn't care about what the others thought and took the lead to rush out. The bystanders were in a state of panic. While they were deciding between themselves and Li Zongbao, Xiaohua did not hesitate to follow Li Zongbao. Since Xiaohua had left, even if Xiao Mao didn't trust Li Zongbao, he trusted Xiaohua. Naturally, he would fly away. The battle between the three of them was so eye-catching that it left a deep impression on the onlookers. Seeing that the three of them didn't panic and rushed into a karst cave, the disciples of the Utopia faction also followed them. Then, no one left. The disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley also followed them closely. Everyone tried their best to activate their true core strength. Their magic power was completely spent on the flying technique. They wanted to leave this underground mine as soon as possible. However, although they were flying extremely fast, the sound of the explosion was even faster. It was just like Xiao Hua's thunder riding technique in the sky earlier. Even in the rock wall 100 feet away, the light blue brilliance and the pa sound were also produced in the rock wall. What puzzled everyone was that after the frightening tremors and the impact that pushed all the cultivators down from the sky, it was as if nothing had happened. Everything returned to normal. If it weren't for the rumbling sounds in the distance and the fact that everyone fell to the ground in a sorry state, everyone would think that it was just a dream. What's going on? Xiaohua scratched his head. He didn't believe that such a huge thing would have no effect. It was actually not a plot against the cultivators. Senior Li? Xiao Mao was also surprised. He crawled up from the ground and whispered, "Was the movement just now flowing Ice Valley's forbidden technique?" Li Zongbao shook his head slightly and said, "This flowing Ice Valley has been in the hands of the enemy for many years. Even if there was a forbidden technique, it would have been destroyed by the swordsman long ago. So, this forbidden technique must be targeted at the cultivators of our Dao sect?" Xiao Mao's eyebrows knitted together. "It should be, right?" Li Zongbao activated his true core strength. When the true core strength circulated in his meridians, he didn't see any abnormalities. This was indeed abnormal, so he couldn't help but answer with some hesitation. "Oh no!" Xiaohua suddenly shouted. "What's wrong?" "Junior Li, what did you think of?" Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao asked hurriedly. Xiaohua's expression changed. "The guarding disciples of this flowing ice valley are from the Void Heaven Sword faction and the Black Phoenix Sword faction. Isn't Qin Jian from the Void Heaven Sword faction? Qin Muming, who was just killed by Martial Uncle Chu Hui, should be Qin Jian's blood relative, right?" Xiaohua explained. "Yes, so what?" Li Zongbao still didn't understand. The other disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction also gathered around. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. That day, Tu Hong from the Sky Patrol City killed tens of thousands of people at Golden Spring Mountain. His reputation spread and he became the #1 hero of our Dao sect. He suppressed Qin Jian's fame. Senior Li, think about it, how could Qin Jian, who cherishes his reputation, let go of such an excellent opportunity? Since he could break into our Sky Patrol City and kill Tu Hong, I'm afraid he could turn this flowing ice valley into the second Golden Spring Mountain. Killing tens of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators should be his goal in this battle, right?" Hiss. Li Zongbao hadn't experienced Golden Spring Mountain, so he definitely didn't think as deeply as Xiaohua. After hearing Xiaohua's words, he immediately gasped. "That's right, this flowing ice valley has been in Qin Jian's hands for many years. He had already arranged everything. He was just waiting for the cultivators of our Dao sect to come and snatch it. As long as they snatched it, he could take advantage of the situation and kill the cultivators of our Dao sect, and those swordsmen in the underground of the flowing ice valley. In this way, not only could he kill Tu Hong, but he would also have more achievements than Tu Hong. wouldn't he be more famous than before? But, big brother, Senior Li, Xiao Mao said in a low voice, we didn't do anything wrong. This guy must be guarding the exit. Li Zongbao's expression changed drastically. I'm afraid he destroyed all the karst caves just now and wanted to bury us here alive. Quick! The disciples of the Utopia faction heard this and became anxious. Let's quickly find the exit. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must rush out. Let's go. The disciples of the Changbai sect hurriedly activated their flying spell and rushed in the direction that Li Zongbao had flown to. Li Zongbao only hesitated for a moment before he hurriedly waved his hand and said, no matter what, let's find the exit first. Yes. Xiaohua nodded, but he felt a little relieved. Others might not have the 5 elements escape spell or the ground escape spell, but he was not afraid. Even if there was a restrictive spell, he could use the rabbit's spiritual talisman to break it. Even if this place was deep underground in the flowing ice valley, he could still escape underground. At most, he would knock Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao out. Everyone flew in a panic for a moment, and there were even more cultivators who were like headless flies scurrying around. When they saw Li Zongbao and the others, they were immediately overjoyed and flew up together with them. As the number of people gradually increased, everyone calmed down. It seemed that the situation was not as bad as they had imagined. The karst cave did not seem to have any changes, let alone collapse. However, just when everyone had calmed down, someone suddenly said in surprise, not good. I's true core strength is about to be used up. Huh, you're just a foundation establishment stage cultivator. A cultivator from the Cool Breeze Valley laughed. He was about to mock I, but when he said that, he turned pale with fright and said, not good, as expected, my true core strength is also rapidly depleting. Stop quickly. Li Zongbao checked a little and his face changed greatly. He hurriedly shouted. As Li Zongbao stopped in midair, the crowd of about hundreds of people also stopped in midair. It's not working, Senior Li, Xiao Mao said bitterly. Even if we stop in midair, our true core strength is still depleting. Chapter 25-25. Seeing this, Xiaohua landed on the ground without hesitation and said happily, everyone, come down quickly. If you don't use your magic power, your true core strength won't disappear mysteriously. As expected, when Li Zongbao and the others landed on the ground, the true core strength in their meridians stopped disappearing. Let's meditate quickly. Li Zongbao hurriedly ordered. Not good. A disciple of the Utopia faction shouted, we can't use our skills. If we do, our true core strength will disappear after the spiritual chi of heaven and earth enters our bodies. Spiritual chi of heaven and earth? Xiaohua suddenly realized and shouted, Senior Brotherly, do you still remember the blue brilliance just now? I'm afraid the secret is here. In this karst cave, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth under the spirit stone vein can't be refined. Sure enough, although Xiaohua didn't dare to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the dense and almost moist water vapor from before had dried up a lot. Qin Jian, that guy, is really cunning. Li Zongbao sighed. He used this method to prevent us from using our magic power and absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. How can we be a match for a sword cultivator? He can kill a cultivator and protect a swordsman. His method is 100 times better than Tu Hong's. At this moment, Xiaohua, who was originally confident, was no longer confident in his heart. Since Qin Jian was after the cultivator's true core strength and not burying the karst cave, he might not be able to escape. Xiaohua's meridians were tough and wide, and his true core strength was absolutely incomparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. When he was flying just now, the true core strength he used was also extremely small, so he didn't notice it at that time. However, although the amount was small, it couldn't be produced by using his skills. If he used it little by little, it would be digested sooner or later. Thinking about this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and was about to take out the green spirit pill. However, a depressed voice was heard again, using the pill also doesn't work. It seems that when we were flying just now, we had already absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Now, using the pill can't produce true core strength at all. And when we used our skills, the true core strength in our meridians disappeared again. Damn it. Xiaohua bit his lips. This news indeed made him feel very helpless. The water element heaven and earth spirit qi in this flowing ice valley is poisonous. A disciple shouted loudly, his voice sounding somewhat hysterical. After all, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was the foundation of a Tao sect cultivator's cultivation. They were constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and all their spells relied on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as well as their true yuan. If the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was poisonous, wouldn't that be a drastic measure? Even if they had miraculous spells and incomparable divine abilities, they were all like the moon in the water, flowers in the mirror. Qin Jian's arrangements are so vicious. Xiaohua sighed with emotion in his heart. This move was definitely more powerful than Tu Hong's that day. It directly knocked the Tao sect's cultivators down from the clouds and turned them into lambs waiting to be slaughtered by swordsmen. Fellow Taoists, let's hurry up and find the exit while we still have dermic powers in our bodies. Maybe we can escape. A Cool Breeze Valley disciple hurriedly shouted. He himself also wanted to rush into the air regardless of anything. Stop. Li Zongbao berated, if you want to live, then wait here first. Right now, the most important thing is to stay calm. Senior Brother Li. That Cool Breeze Valley disciple sneered, we don't have Senior Brother Li's dermic powers. We can't hold on for a long time. When I's dermic powers are exhausted, then I'll be no different from Immortal. A sword cultivator can kill us with just a flick of his finger. How is your cultivation compared to a golden core master? Li Zongbao suddenly asked. That disciple was stunned and somewhat baffled. He asked in confusion, how can I compare to a golden core master? Yes, if a golden core master was here, wouldn't their dermic powers be affected? Li Zongbao said coldly. The golden core master's true yuan comes out from their golden core. That disciple hesitated for a moment before answering, even if they absorb this poisonous water element heaven and earth spirit qi into their bodies, as long as their golden core doesn't release true yuan, they shouldn't be affected, right? What does Senior Brother Li mean? This junior brother is right. Li Zongbao nodded, a golden core master's golden core master must have a defense against this kind of poison. Even if they can't resist it, their dermic powers should be enough to support them to find the exit. However, since Qin Jian of the Void Heaven Sword School used such a method, wouldn't he wait at the exit? This logic wasn't too profound, but everyone was too frightened to think about it. They only wanted to rush out, but when they heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Not only that, even if Qin Jian didn't wait at the exit of the flowing ice valley, those swordsmen who had been beaten to a pulp by them would still be dead. Senior Brother Li, since we can't go to the exit, then what should we do? That Cool Breeze Valley disciple immediately asked for help. His eyes were as eager as the other disciples. In fact, most of the time, the so-called wise men or leaders were just like ordinary people, and no one could see anything unusual about them. It was only in such extreme situations, when others were panicking and losing their minds, that these people would show the difference. Xiaohua was calm, but that was because he had the strength. Even if everyone in front of him had to die, he would definitely be the last one. He was even confident that he could rush to the exit under Li Zongbao's lead. However, if he had to lead this group of cultivators to rush out, he was a little hesitant. At this moment, a voice came from beside Xiaohua. In my opinion, the most important thing for us is to avoid the danger and escape from Qin Jian's trap. We shouldn't look for the exit of the flowing ice valley. Xiaohua looked to the side and saw Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was biting his lips slightly. Although he looked confident, his eyes were still looking at Li Zongbao and Xiaohua. Obviously, he was still worried. That's right. Li Zongbao clapped his hands and said, Junior brother Xiao is right. As long as we don't use our dermic powers, our true essence won't disappear. Even if swordsmen come, we won't be afraid for a while. There's no reason for us to walk into a trap. Moreover, if I'm not wrong. Xiao Mao received Li Zongbao's encouragement and said with courage, those swordsmen are scattered after being chased by us. They are also terrified. They might not dare to come to us and can only wait at the exit. We aren't in any danger right now. Not only that. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I even suspect that the swordsmen in the flowing ice valley don't know about Qin Jian's trap. Those swordsmen who were chased by us are still running away. The swordsmen guarding the exit are from the Void Heaven Sword School. Li Zongbao was also surprised. However, he immediately realized and nodded, that's true. If those swordsmen knew about such a powerful backup plan, how could they fight so fiercely with us? They were also kept in the dark. Yes, everyone looked at Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao with admiration. Only Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. If he hadn't been bait at Jinquan Mountain, how could he have seen it so clearly? Although Qin Jian wasn't as generous as Tu Hong, he wasn't lacking in scheming. We will first find a safe place. The disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction shouted, Senior Brotherly, we will listen to your arrangements. We will go wherever you say. Good. Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, we will only walk on the ground and don't use our true core strength. As he spoke, Li Zongbao looked in the direction and walked toward a karst cave. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua grabbed Li Zongbao and said with a smile, Senior Brotherly, if you want to find a way out, I will definitely listen to you. However, if you want to find a dead end, Senior Brotherly, you can't compare to this little brother. Oh. Li Zongbao was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate to step forward. He didn't even try to identify him as he walked towards another cave. This. Li Zongbao only thought for a moment and followed Xiao Hua without hesitation. When the others saw this, although they didn't trust Xiao Hua, they still followed. What made everyone stunned was that in just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they saw Xiao Hua calmly walk straight. He was leading them to a dead end. Everyone looked at the karst cave that was thousands of feet in size. Except for a small entrance, there was no other way out. Everyone was really speechless. Big brother, you are really tall. Xiao Mao looked back at the karst cave entrance that was only about the height of a person. Compared to the other karst caves that were tens of feet in size, even if a swordsman passed by, he might not be able to see it. Hee, Xiao Hua was embarrassed and said shyly, Big brother can only do so much. The rest will depend on you guys. Yes. Xiao Mao nodded. He looked at Li Zongbao and said, if nothing unexpected happens, we should be safe here for the next few days. Even if a swordsman finds this place, we have the ability to resist. However, this is just treating the symptoms and not the root cause. In my opinion, the second thing is to detoxify the poison. We need to find the poison in this water-type heaven and earth spirit qi. I agree with junior brother Xiao. Li Zongbao nodded and looked at the others. Junior brother Xiao is right. A Changbai sect disciple agreed. However, whether there is something wrong with the water-type heaven and earth spirit qi, or whether there is poison in the water-type heaven and earth spirit qi, we are all guessing. Even whether it is Qin Jian lying in ambush outside is also our guess. Who cares if it is true or not? As long as we can find the reason for the disappearance of the true Yuan. The Cool Breeze Valley disciple said impatiently. Yes, which fellow Daoist knows how to detoxify and use poison? Li Zongbao raised his voice. I am not good at this and I have never heard of such a strange method. Seeing that everyone was silent, Xiao Hua said, Senior Brotherly, regarding detoxification, I have some insights. You? Li Zongbao was really stunned. If it was anyone else who said that they knew how to use poison, Li Zongbao would not be surprised. However, it was Xiao Hua who said it. He could not help but be surprised. He almost grabbed Xiao Hua's hand and asked, "Junior brother Xiao, other than giving birth, what else can you not do?" Senior brother from the Imperial Thunder sect. The sharp-eyed crowd immediately recognized Xiao Hua, who had just fought with Li Zongbao against the enemy, and their faces showed joy. Immediately after, when everyone had entered the cave, Xiao Hua once again covered the entrance of the cave. However, with this opening and closing of the cave, a lot of true essence disappeared. Alas, what kind of poison is this? When Xiao Hua used the magic art, he was very careful to check it. However, he did not see anything unusual. The hundreds of people were the same as Xiao Hua and the others. They were also a mix of the disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction, the Changbai sect, and the Cool Breeze Valley. Moreover, their thoughts were the same as Xiao Hua and the others. However, they did not have any purpose and had not found a suitable place to hide. Alas, don't say that others are stupid. This world has never lacked smart people. Xiao Hua sighed and sat down again. He held his chin and pondered. The jade slips he obtained from the 10,000 Poisons sect were limited. That Shangcheng was not a particularly famous person in the 10,000 Poisons sect. He could not find any useful clues. Oh. Xiao Hua suddenly realized something. He slightly opened his left hand and opened his illusion breaker Dharma eye. This time, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw that the entire karst cave was like a sea of blue, a sea of blue. That usually extremely light blue water-based spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to have been thickened by ink. The color was much heavier. Moreover, this color dyed the inside of the cave. What he saw with his magic eye seemed to be what he saw at the bottom of the sea. Xiao Hua quietly looked inside the stone wall again. It was the same deep blue, as if the whole world was this blue. "Xiao Mao, come here for a moment." Xiao Hua called Xiao Mao over and said in a low voice, "You exercise a little bit, okay?" Xiao Mao was very puzzled by Xiao Hua's words. However, he still exercised his true core strength. In his magic eye, he saw that Xiao Mao was not in a human form. There were only a few azure veins that looked similar to meridians. As Xiao Mao exercised his true core strength, the azure veins moved slightly. Other than these azure veins, the other places were only light blue. However, this light blue was slowly becoming heavier. It should be that this special water-based spiritual chi of heaven and earth was gradually seeping into Xiao Mao's body. "Yes, it's done," Xiao Hua said in a low voice. Xiao Mao looked at Xiao Hua and wanted to ask, but when he saw Xiao Hua frowning and looking pensive, he didn't speak and returned to the crowd. "Fellow Taoists, we've already discussed it. The most important thing now is to find what exactly caused our true core strength to disappear. I wonder which of the new fellow Taoists knows?" Li Zongbao asked after greeting the crowd of cultivators. Unfortunately, a disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction answered in a low voice, "Senior brotherly, we've also discussed this matter on the way here. None of us have heard of such a strange thing. Our 3 kingdoms of cultivation admittedly also have this kind of poisonous thing, but it's definitely not as mysterious as this thing. It can cause us to be poisoned without us noticing at all. We feel that this might not be the doing of a poisonous thing. It might be some kind of sword cultivator's secret technique." Yes, Li Zongbao nodded and declined to comment. "However, as long as we don't use our magic power, we'll be fine for now. Let's wait for a while. Maybe there's a chance of survival." The disciples' plan seemed to be similar to that of Xiao Hua and the others. "Senior brotherly." Xiao Hua sent a message to Li Zongbao. "In my opinion, our previous plan might not work. Junior brother, what did you find?" Li Zongbao was slightly surprised. He knew Xiao Hua was afraid that the others would panic, so he also sent a message to Li Zongbao. This karst cave is the same as the outside world. The water-based spiritual chi of heaven and earth is polluted. Xiaohua explained, although we don't move, our bodies are surrounded by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The poisonous thing keeps entering our bodies. After a long time, we don't know what will happen. Moreover, according to Qin Jian's calculation, he wouldn't have guessed that we were hiding here. He must have some other poisonous trick to force us out and even kill us here. Hiss. Li Zongbao also took a deep breath and sighed. What junior brother said is really reasonable. Compared to Qin Jian, we're really too far apart. Not only in terms of cultivation, but also in terms of scheming. Senior brotherly, how can you boost others' prestige and destroy your own spirit? Xiaohua said with a smile. This is just my guess. It can't be taken seriously. Yes, what are your plans? Li Zongbao didn't say much and asked. You wait here to discuss. I'll go out for a walk. Firstly, I'll see if I can gather more disciples. Secondly, I'll see if I can find a golden core master. Xiaohua replied. Of course, if I can meet a golden core master, that would be the best. Alas, I have a secret technique with martial uncle. However, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is polluted. Not only can I not use the secret technique, but even if I could, I wouldn't dare to use it. Li Zongbao sighed. However, I don't agree with junior brother's idea. After all, although your magic power is profound, your true essence will disappear and can't be replenished. Hearing this, Xiaohua also extinguished the idea of asking Li Zongbao for the secret technique. He smiled and said, Senior brother, don't worry. I have some confidence. If it doesn't work, I'll come back again. All right. Li Zongbao sighed and watched Xiaohua open the restriction and take the array disc. Senior brother Xiao, what are you doing? A Cool Breeze Valley disciple asked hurriedly. Oh, I'll go out and see if I can find other senior brothers or find another way out. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and said. That's great. I also have the same idea. I wonder if I can go with senior brother? The Cool Breeze Valley disciple said happily. Xiaohua glanced at him and said coldly, if you want to go out, none of us will stop you. However, I don't plan to go with others. After saying this, he turned around and left. Cough cough. Li Zongbao saw this and looked at the thousands of cultivators in the cave. He said, we're hiding here for the sake of expediency. We need to work together. If any of you have your own ideas like Xiaohua, you can go out now. I also hope that you can find a suitable way. Of course, for our safety, you only have one chance. If any of you want to go out, you can leave now. In the future, I'll be in charge of this array disc. Only others can come in and no one can go out unless we all leave together. Alright, I'll go out and try my luck. The Cool Breeze Valley disciple cupped his hands and was about to leave. Wait. A Changbai sect disciple stopped him and said coldly, you can go out, but you have to swear a blood oath that you can't reveal our location. Otherwise, I won't be at ease letting you go out. But Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder sect just left. Why didn't you make him swear a blood oath? The Cool Breeze Valley disciple said angrily, you're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.